We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Sky's Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south-central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. come and really take a look at what this enclave has, look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
Let's travel the world. Let's go. Let's travel the world. We got to be. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world.
You can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar alignment calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from, and the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select already done, as we've already installed the solar filter and leveled the tripod. The dwarf will automatically center the sun a bit more and start tracking, so now you can autofocus and start taking some incredible photos of the solar surface.
I want to talk to you for a minute about this new telescope I have. This is the Dwarf 3 from Dwarf Labs. I've had it for 30 days and I'm already overwhelmed with the power of this thing, its potential. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun with it. This is a combination camera telescope that work together. You connect it to your phone or to your tablet. You determine what object you want to point it at. Telescope does all that work for you, and it starts taking photographs of those objects, and it collects light over a long period of time to develop spectacular images of these deep space objects. The same objects that we had so much trouble seeing with these scopes are just breathtaking with the images that the Dwarf 3 can capture for you. At the end of the night, end of your session, you take your telescope in, connect it to your desktop or to your laptop, and you download those images, and they're breathtaking, just spectacular images. I've only had it, as I said, for a month, and I'm unbelievably rewarded with the first images that came up. That first night, the Andromeda Galaxy was just breathtaking. I'm having a lot of fun. I encourage you to think about it. It's a great tool, a tremendous amount of fun, easy to use, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Give it a try. Thanks.
Il me semble que ce matin le soleil est un peu moins brillant.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sunday NEAF 2025. Like yesterday, we have an extraordinary program for you set up for today, and starting with our first speaker. Our first speaker is inspirational and really a truly remarkable person that we can all learn from. She was first here at NEAF on April 22nd, 2018, and she described her dream for the astronomical community and her country. Please help me welcome to the program a really incredible and inspiring person, Pranveera Hayasini. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's such an honor to be back in the same stage where 7 years ago I presented an idea, a dream that I had that now has actually come true in only 7 years. I would also like to thank Team Celestron and the Board of Directors of NEAF for having me here as an invited speaker, and it's such a great honor to have all of you. Today, I will take you on a journey how we build an observatory, a science center, a window to the cosmos for a nation that was forgotten by the world, a nation that was torn apart 25 years ago. I am Pranveera Hussaini, a PhD candidate at the University of California in Santa Cruz. I specialize in understanding the surface composition of minor planets and the organic content out there in the solar system. But that's not what I'm here to talk today. Today, I want to show with you a history of a country that not a lot of people know of. When I mention to people that I'm from the Republic of Kosovo, that I was born there, I was raised there. And it's a country that was torn from the war 25 years ago. We rose from the ashes, and now we are an independent country. We're trying to make stability, to rebuild our place, and work towards our future. And what a better thing to do is than use science to empower that. I was born in '95. I was 5 years old when the war occurred. I lost family members in the war. And as a child in a country where I had such a strong passion for the stars, for the cosmos, to know what's out there beyond the blue sky. But I was born in a place where there were no astronomers, no observatories, no telescopes, nobody that I could go to and just learn something or see through a telescope, any of that. And my passion was so strong, I really wanted to know what's out there, how can I learn more? This also ignited my interest to learn to speak English, so I could use internet in the later years to read more material, to talk to astronomers from other countries, and it was an eye-opening experience. I was only 13 years old there. I was probably in the 9th grade, just with a book of astronomy, which was in French, that I didn't even understand. But I was just enjoying the pictures of the cosmos, the planets, the solar system. And I was thinking, will I ever have the opportunity, the chance to go out there and see what other people are seeing and doing? So in January of 2015, I founded Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo, a nonprofit organization that the aim was to be a bunch of students and do outreach events. I received one telescope at a time. It was a 3-inch reflector. I was so excited about it. I met somebody on social media that just donated me this telescope, somebody I didn't even know. And I had my first telescope, probably the first telescope in the Republic of Kosovo. And I used that telescope to go to schools and meet and make new friends, to the point where we were like, okay, Kosovo doesn't have a group for astronomy, then why don't we make one? So we did Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo, and we started simple. going to schools, going to a town, and then next town, and then so we expanded all over the country. It started small, but it became huge. It was a whole movement. And as we were doing all these activities, we were also using social media to create partnerships, to get in touch with astronomers, with scientists from across the world, with corporations who supported us significantly. And without the support of these individuals and corporations, Astronomy Outreach of Kosovo would not exist today. Because without the equipment, without the support and just the motivation that we were getting from everybody out there, it wouldn't keep going. We would have wanted anything, but it would have been difficult to make it happen. Stephen Ramsden is one of my heroes. He's a person who I met in 2015 when I founded AOK through Facebook. Stephen runs Charlie Bates Solar Astronomy Project. He discovered me and my program in Kosovo. Stephen has so many programs out there in the world that he supports with equipment. Countries that do not have the resources, like Kosovo. So Stephen kept sending us solar telescopes and mounts, which were directly provided from Celestron and Skywatcher USA, and we were receiving these in Kosovo. So finally, in a country where none of this equipment existed, all of a sudden, we had all these assets. We had hydrogen alpha telescopes, calcium K, visible light, like all kinds of mounts and books and meteorites and all these things that we could just use to go to school and do outreach and give access to people to see and observe something that they have never experienced before. And this helped us very much. We actually were trying to rebuild our nation through the stars, trying to expand all over the country. Even like in the Balkans, go to Albania, Macedonia, we were making connection. We were connecting to the people, and we were connecting them to the universe. And this was because people like Stephen and corporations like Celestron decided to help us out. And for them, it was probably just a little bit, but to us, we were making a whole change in an entire country. These are just some of the events that we were doing in our schools and cities, and you can see it's always such a huge turnout. And most of the ages are just young people. In Kosovo, this is a significant thing. You don't see older people do astronomy, which is the opposite here. We have so many young, talented people, enthusiastic to learn. They're hungry for science. They want to learn. They want to know what's out there. But it's hard when you don't have opportunities. And so I started traveling after all this. I got to know Stephen and so many people here in the US, and I was invited to go visit places, to go give talks. I went to Texas Star Party. I went to pretty much all the states of the United States and other countries. And it was an eye-opening experience. For the first time, I left my country to go elsewhere and see that every country in the world has a science center, has an observatory. There are people who have a 30-inch Dobsonian in their garage. And then you go to Texas Star Party and they're like fields, large fields with telescopes. And I was like, wow, this is interesting. I could see that people are so dedicated to science and they had all these things. And I was thinking back to my country. I was like, what the hell is wrong with us? Why don't we have this? Why can't we build something like this? And this is where the dream or the idea came to build the first observatory and science center in Kosovo. It started as a drawing, as an idea. I made this drawing in 2016. Actually, I was on a flight back from Australia. I was so inspired to see astronomers having a dome in their backyard and doing actual science. They were doing asteroid occultations, variable stars, contributing to science with telescopes that amateurs use. And I was so inspired. I was like, hey, we have an 8-inch telescope. we could probably build something small. And then I came here to NEAF. This was my first appearance in this very own stage. This is where I presented the idea that we wanted to build an observatory. And that was the plan, in other words. It was a small dome and a small control room so we can keep warm, right? It was very simple, very small. And then, right after I gave my talk here, I was very nervous. I could barely even speak English. I went back to Celestron because I was sponsored to come here from Celestron. Even back then, Celestron always had our back. When I went back, they have heard my talk, and Corey Lee, the CEO of Celestron, approached me, and he was like, if you guys build that observatory, we will give you guys a 14-inch telescope to be installed in there with a CGL X mount. And I was like, holy cow. We have the telescope before we even have a building. It's still an idea. It was just a vision. But the fact that we already got the telescope guaranteed, that was a strong foundation because that was like, we got to get that building, right? We have to make a home for that telescope. So I went back home and I spoke to my team. I told them the great news. We have a 14-inch coming our way. So we were trying to think how to build the observatory. And then we were thinking, a 14-inch is a very good telescope. We can do a lot with it. We can even make discoveries. So we wanted to expand the idea a little bit. And we expanded into this. Not just an observatory. We added a planetarium, and we added a whole science center. Because why the hell not? So this was just the idea that we had as drawing. And then we were thinking about the floor plan. Like, what do we need? We're not experts. We've never built one. I've been to so many observatories, but again, I don't have the expertise. I don't know what goes that you're gonna need. A control room, a planetarium, you maybe need a little kitchen to make food when you're staying up all night. You need a conference room and a science center with a lobby where kids can come and play and interact with exhibitions. So we included all that. We drew this on a piece of paper, and we approached some architects in Kosovo, who, by the way, had never even seen or heard what an observatory is. They had no idea. We approached them, and we said, this is what we want. Can you like create the floor plans so we can build this? And they were a badass team. They actually researched observatories and spent a few months just to look up in all the details that go into creating something like this, a floor plan. And this is how the building was going to look like. We had the planetarium in the first floor, the observatory in the second floor, and then we had a terrace where we thought that we could put extra telescopes for solar viewing. And then we had a classroom, we had a special designed control room so that we're comfortable during winter. We have harsh winters in Kosovo. And then after all the design and all the idea that we had, we also got a property donated by now the current CEO of AOK. He donated his own land, farmland. And the idea was not to build the observatory somewhere very high altitude, because we knew the observatory is not going to be a research facility. It's going to be mostly for the public. And we wanted everybody to have easy access. So we built it off the city where the night sky is great, but it's also very easy access. And then once the architects and engineers were involved and estimated the cost, it was 310,000 euros, which, by the way, is a lot of money for a country like Kosovo. How do we get the money? We're a nonprofit. We don't charge for our activities. We don't have money. So we had to be creative. We had to think, what can we do? Can we do a GoFundMe? Can we ask private donors? But it's a lot of money, and it would take years to have it together. And this would go maybe like 10 years project to make it happen. So we decided to approach the government of Kosovo. Go talk to the politicians, and good luck convincing them, right? So we approached the Parliament of Kosovo, which is the equivalent of approaching the Congress here in the US. We proposed the idea. Hey, we have a great floor plan. We have a great vision. We want to make this happen. And in 2019, we had all the Parliament deputies voted yes for this project. They liked the idea, and my team and I were having a blast. Oh my God, it's happening. And unfortunately, it wasn't so, because so much bureaucracy with politics. It's hard to deal with governments of any country. And despite that the Parliament voted yes, the money went to the ministries, where bureaucracy just held it for years. And we didn't know what to do. It was depressing. At this time was also when I was in the transfer of moving to the United States, because I got accepted for my master's degree here at UC Santa Cruz. I was leaving my country, and then the money was nowhere. We were stuck. And it felt embarrassing, because I felt like I failed. I failed my country, I failed my team, I failed everybody that had been supporting us for years. And it was embarrassing. Everywhere I go, people knew that we got the money approved, so they would ask me, when is the observatory happening? When is happening? And I didn't have an answer. And people didn't understand that it's not in my control. There's nothing I can do against the government except for protests. This was the first time I ever created a protest. We went and protested because it was the only power we have against the government. And during this time, I was going through a lot, moving to the US, dealing with all this, and during all that, we also lost everything. In a blink of an eye, all the equipment we had allocated for 10 years, gone in a second. My crew in Kosovo was involved in a car crash. And fortunately, nobody was injured, but all the equipment that was in the trunk was crushed. We lost all the telescopes, all the mounts, eyepieces. I was here in the US where I received these photos, and it was heartbreaking. And after 4 years, in 2022, finally, there was a new movement in the government of Kosovo. New politicians, I guess, more motivated. And they released the funds. And we put the stepping stone in 2022 in December. I was here. I was taking classes. I couldn't be there for this moment. But in the white coat is the Minister of Education of Kosovo, with the mayor of the town, the current CEO of AOK, and all my team. They were putting the foundation of the observatory in the place where it was meant to be built. And I was so excited, because it was finally happening. And then as the 2023 progressed, the building, actually, the construction moved very rapidly. They were working every single day, and I was receiving photos from my team all the time. This is how it looked in March of 2023. I actually went to Kosovo only for 3 days, just to visit the site. I couldn't believe the photos. I was like, I have to go, I have to see it. And this is where it just started to take shape, the planetarium behind me, the pier of the telescope, and it was interesting. It was something that you had envisioned for so long, and it's just now coming to fruition. And then this was another month later. The observatory and the planetarium are made all of concrete. All the walls and the planetarium dome is also made of concrete. We had to be creative, because it's not like we could just order a dome from Ash Dome or from somewhere, because doing that would cost the entire project or the entire funds that we had available. So the only option was to build a dome in Kosovo. And so the building was getting taller. And this is the dome of the planetarium. Of course, when you go to planetariums here, they are very fancy. They have fancy projectors. They have very specific ceilings. All we had was concrete. We had to improvise and make it work. And then this is the skeleton of the dome. And it was scary. Making a dome and making it rotate 360 degrees and make a slit to open up, how do we produce something like that with engineers who've never seen a dome in their life? And this is just an animation when they were putting the construction of the skeleton of the dome. And when they installed it, that's when they actually put everything else together. And it's isolated, so it's not just one layer of the dome, it's 2 layers filled with, what do you call it? Glass something? Yes, that one. And so when you're in the dome, actually, you don't get cold or hot. It's very comfortable. I like that. And then this is how it looked like. I was seeing these pictures. I was at Nebraska Star Party. My team was sending me, and I was like, oh my God, it's actually looking like a dome. And the people standing there, I was like, okay, the opening of the slit looks good, because I was worried if it's going to be too narrow and it's going to be on the way of the telescope. Like, you have to think about all these things. And even though I am not an expert, I had to get information from all the astronomers here in the States and delivered to the people building it and the engineers in Kosovo. And it was difficult being that kind of person. I was the bridge between the construction team, the government, Celestron, everybody else donating the equipment, and all the astronomers who were constructing or telling me, do this, do that. And I had to make sure everybody is on the same page, because one mistake, it could cost a lot. They told us, you can't put the pier together with the floor. You have to keep the piers separate all the way to the ground. Something I never thought of. I didn't even know that. And we did it. Good thing we did that, we caught this information early enough. And then that's just another view of the dome as it was coming together. I did my second visit that summer in Kosovo in 2023, August, I believe. It was great to just actually be there and walk up the stairs and go in the building. The construction was still ongoing. And then I was checking the pier, the peer review, and you can see the pier is actually not touching either floor. It's completely isolated from both floors so that we don't have vibrations on the telescope. And the dome was coming together. There were still people working on the walls, the ceiling of the planetarium, because it had to be extra smooth with a particular grayish color so that when we project, it actually looks good. And then this is as the building was being finished and furnished. And it was really, really nice to see these photos. And I wasn't there all the time, mind you. I was here trying to carry through classes and my research work, and at the same time trying to make sure everything is working out well in Kosovo, that we're not missing any key detail or any of that. And as the time was approaching of the finishing of the building, we were planning for the grand opening. We were planning for the equipment. What are we going to install? When do we receive the equipment? And as I mentioned earlier, Celestron, back in 2018, when I was here at NEAF, guaranteed the C14. But not that. They donated 2 C14 telescopes, one for the pier, one just for fun, to have it in the terrace and look at other stuff with a tripod. And then, not only that, Celestron actually flew a team of experts of Celestron that came all the way to Kosovo, helped us install the telescope, make sure it's working flawlessly, make sure it's tracking, and also trained our staff how to use it, and were there to celebrate with us in the grand opening. And can you believe that? And then, this is the largest solar telescope in the Eastern Europe. And this was donated by Stephen Ramsden, who's, by the way, sitting right there. The gentleman who was with us since the very beginning. This is a pram-sized telescope that actually went It was so big. Originally, I thought, oh, we can put a solar telescope on the top of the C-14 so we can operate the observatory both during the day and during the night. This is too big. We didn't even have a mount for it. It was so big. And then once Skywatcher USA heard about this, they were like, we got you. And they sent us 2 different mounts, an R8 and R6, which are really large mounts and can support something this heavy. And then for the planetarium, we had to go old school because buying a projector from Zeiss, it was not easy, it's expensive. So we are just using a simple method of a spherical, hemispherical mirror, the ones that you put in corners of the buildings, corridors, and then this normal projector. We project on that, and then it projects into the ceiling. And it looks phenomenal. It's even used here in the US in some planetariums across the country. And this was donated by Jack Dunn, who also donated all the different shows to play in the planetarium, and then Hap Griffin, who donated the sound system to go in the planetarium. And it's funny how many details you just don't think of. Like, what about the eco? You have to put isolation in the building because you have all concrete. If you just say, hello, you're gonna hear yourself many times. So we had to be creative, and then they were telling us, oh, when you order the chair, you have to make sure that it doesn't lean too far. It's lean enough so that you can actually see the ceiling. It's just so many things that people like Jack Dunn and Hap Griffin and Glenn Moore from Australia and so many were just coming together. The Association of Planetarium Community were helping us out with every single detail to make it work. And then, not just that, the entire world came together to help us set together this science center. I use social media a lot. Everybody was so much looking forward to this happening, the observatory, the science center, and everybody was wanting to make a contribution. People were donating inflatable planets, planetary models, a lot of things that actually go in the science center and are interesting to look at, to work, to interact with, so kids can learn. People who don't have a clue about science and astronomy can walk in and understand the fundamentals of science, can learn about electromagnetic spectrum, can learn about why we have seasons, can learn about the Earth's spin axis, why the planets rotate around the sun, all of this stuff that maybe they just missed in school or never heard of. And also, so all these people were donating all these things, not to Kosovo, but to me in San Jose. So this is my living in my guest room 2 weeks before the grand opening of the observatory. And I was like, oh my God, I have to carry all of this with me to Kosovo and also make room for it in the science center. This is me. I went to Kosovo with 9 luggages. And yes, it took days to pack everything and make sure that I can carry it back with me. And I was so excited. My team was looking forward. We had already decided on the date. It was gonna be the solstice, June 20th, the day of the grand opening. We invited everybody. We invited the government, we invited astronomers and scientists from around the world to come and celebrate with us. But we only had 10 days to complete an entire white wall building with no equipment, no posters, no chairs, no tables, nothing, to set it up in 10 days. And we started. We began, me and my team, the folks that have been working for over a decade, who we have been together in this journey, and we have had the passion and the courage to do all this. We came together. I went from the US to Kosovo, jet-lagged, only 10 days, didn't even go home to sleep. We were sleeping in the observatory, wherever, not sleeping, snoozing, mind you, and doing things that we're not sure how we do it. Like, I've never even painted walls in my life. This was the first time. We wanted to make sure we paint everything, we glue the walls, so then we put posters, they actually stick. We were planning about where we're gonna display everything, and it takes some effort. It's not that simple. And then coming up with displaying science. How do you teach science to general community who have no idea about science? I was thinking about it. If you're going to talk about black holes, you can't just write a scientific article there. You have to be creative. You have to come in a way where people can read something and absorb it. And for that person to create something that it's easy for the general public to absorb, it's quite the effort that I didn't know how much hard it is, because I was the person who actually spent months designing all the posters, all the science that goes in the wall of the Science Center. And it was difficult. And even making the order, like you can't just put black holes and comets at the same section. You kind of have to make an order in the cosmology, right? Origin of the universe, solar system, meteors, like go from big to small. And then also making sure what angles we're using, what lighting we're using, what everything. This is us working more. These are the guys actually extending a cable from the upper floor observatory main dome to the control room. So when Celestron arrives, install the telescope, we can connect it to the computers downstairs and we can run it. And then this is just us doing everything. Inflating the planets that we were donated. My sisters were ironing the flags for the grand opening day. Everybody was doing something. We were receiving prints all the time, making sure to decide where they go, and then printing the name of the Science Center and hanging it out, like all these things happening all at the last moment. And then we also got a lot of donations of red lights, which are hard to find in Kosovo, and solar red lights, which is very preferable for astronomy, and we installed them all over the Science Center so that we can illuminate at night. And then this is inside the dome before the telescope was installed, and we installed the red lights, and it was like, wow, it's actually looking pretty good here. And this was us, 8 days in. We were exhausted. I couldn't even recognize myself anymore. We were eating whatever we could find, a piece of pizza, like a chips or something, and we were so exhausted that if we just sat down, we would fall asleep. Like, I was unrecognizable. Everybody lost so much weight. It was so much hard work. We took this thing personally. We wanted to make this happen, and we wanted to make it right. And then this is when Team Celestron arrived in Kosovo for the first time. Robert Reeves, Ben Hawk, and Kevin Kawai came all the way from United States and to help us install the telescopes. And then this is when the shipment arrived. The shipment from Celestron and Skywatch for USA. You see the Science Center? It's empty. It's just a bunch of boxes full of telescopes, mounts, eyepieces. Oh my God, that's like in a candy store. And then we started opening it. And we were so excited. Every box we opened, it was like Christmas. You get something new. These companies sent us things that we didn't even know we were getting. They told us, oh yeah, we're going to send you a telescope. But then we open and we find 2 mounts, 3 telescopes, all of that. Like, what is this? We were so excited, and we're so thankful for all of this. And then it was time to install everything. This is Team Celestron, Robert Reeves, Ben Hogg down there, installing the telescope and the mount on the pier, drilling the holes, making sure everything is perfectly aligned with the Polaris. And then we made it. We installed the telescope. And it was, wow. I was downstairs. It was almost evening, still daytime. The moon was out. And I heard somebody upstairs who said, call Pran. She has to be the first to look through the telescope. Get the first light. Robert Reeves had pointed the telescope at the moon. And sorry. Moon was the first object we looked through. Sorry. But yeah, we did it. And at the same time, simultaneously, we were installing everything in the planetarium. And it was, I guess this has sound, but this is how the dome and the telescope operates after we installed everything. And the telescope is actually not automated with a dome, So we have to manually rotate the dome where the telescope is pointing. In this video, you can see that the telescope is going where the dome is, but that's not true. It just, my team was doing that manually. And this is how the planetarium looks like. It's great. We have 50 seats. We can host 50 students at a time, and we have the control room right there in the back. We have a great sound system, great projector. It's really exciting. It's amazing. Even when we have cloudy skies, we can have visitors, and we can use the planetarium, and kids love it. The sound when the lights turn off and the closed doors, and then you have this view of the universe in front of you for people who have never gone in a planetarium ever in their life. And it's a profound moment when you're sitting in the back there and you're seeing everybody's reaction when you play a show. And then this was the grand opening day, June 19th actually, because the government made us push the date back, but hey, it's okay. And this is the Minister of Education, all the individuals and figures from the Parliament of Kosovo and the government of Kosovo. That's Stephen Ramsden, Robert Reeves, Kevin Kawai from Celestron. The CEO of Celestron unfortunately couldn't join us, and neither was able Skywatcher USA team, but we had video messages sent from them. And it was such a great joy because we had so many international guests. I was celebrating this moment with the people who were there for me the entire time. They helped us. They believed in us. They kind of cheered for us. And because they did all that, it gave us motivation to push forward. If we didn't have these people to believe in us, we probably would have given up. Nobody's listening. And after a while, you just sit back and give up. But no, these people came there to be with us on that day. And I was celebrating one of the greatest days in my life with the people who mean to me the most. And I am so grateful. I'll never forget that day. And this was us cutting the ribbon to walk inside the building. Again, Stephen Ramsden, the Minister of Education, the mayor of the town, the CEO of AOK, and Kevin Kawai from Celestron. And it was surreal. We were walking into a center that once was just an idea, just a vision, and we made it happen. Everything came together. Everybody came together to contribute to make this dream happen. This wasn't the effort of one individual. It was the effort of multiple teams and corporations and industries and scientists and engineers who put their brain and energy into making this happen. This is just another view, and we had so many people behind us. So many joined us in this day. And then this was the first time I was actually giving an official tour of the Science Center. And I was able to tell these politicians who once held us back that, hey, you funded this, and this is what we made out of it. And tomorrow you will bring your kid here who will learn about science, because this was worth it. And it was a proud moment to be able to show them this and everything we had put together, to give them a window to the universe, to things they probably never heard of. And then this is outside. It was daytime. It was 42 degrees Celsius, so hot. And we were in the sun, observing the sun. And everybody was so excited. Like, that's the big solar telescope, and everybody was out in the terrace. Stephen Ramsden was running it at the time, and everybody was so excited for the C-14. I believe there was a picture previously, maybe not, maybe here, where like everybody's like going inside the dome and checking out the telescope, and we were explaining how everything works. We have great displays within the dome. I designed a lot of information to explain the electromagnetic spectrum, like visible, infrared, like what are we learning? Like we receive these photons, but that's data that we can learn about everything out there. And it's important to like teach people this stuff. Anything about science, it's great to know. And that's just general life. And then this is just a view of the day of the grand opening, hosted by the government of Kosovo. It's It's kind of low resolution, but it just gives you a view, like aerial view of the science center, the telescopes, and a little bit inside the main observatory. And yes, we tried our best. We tried to bring everything in it, not just the telescope. We tried to bring different shows and planetariums that talk about astronomy and asteroids and solar system and black holes. And then in the main lobby, we have posters that talk about any topic of science. And we wanted to bring meteorites and minerals and gems and blend sciences, not focus just in astronomy, but do physics and chemistry and optics, all of that, because these are all different disciplines that are interacting with each other. And if we have room, then why not? This was the second day after the grand opening. We had scientists, even my PhD advisors came all the way to Kosovo to be there for that day. And everybody was giving talks on different topics, on cosmology, on cosmochemistry, on solar astronomy. It was great. And we had public come and attend these talks in our conference room. And we were just experiencing all that. We received the Presidential Award from the Astronomical League in honor of making the first observatory and science center in the Republic of Kosovo. And then the government of Kosovo invited all the international guests and Team Celestron to honor them. This is the Speaker of the House, Speaker of the Parliament in Kosovo that invited Team Celestron, and Sky and Telescope magazine was there as well. And it was great. Everybody who was there not only helped us with the telescopes and the observatory, but they also got to learn a little bit about our country, about our country's history that went so much, so many challenges. We had a war. 13,000 people were killed. We still have missing people that their bodies were never found. It's a fresh wound, and people don't realize it yet. We're a country that half of the world doesn't even recognize us. I can't travel to so many countries because they didn't recognize my passport of Kosovo. Because people don't want us to be a country. And it hurts. Because we are a country. And we're trying our best to educate our people and do something for us. And we're so thankful for those who have helped us to make this dream come true. This is just after the grand opening. Schools, the public, kept immediately showing up. Our Observatory Science Center is open pretty much every single day of the week during the daytime, and then we have several nights that it's open during nighttime for nighttime observations. And schools come organized. They bring 100, 150 kids at a time. And mind you, it's not a very spatial big center. So we always have to be creative to fit everybody inside. While somebody's in the planetarium, the others are observing upstairs, and so on. And after the grand opening, I was in Kosovo for only another extra week after. And then I have to come back because I have a PhD to finish. And I have not gone back since. So something that we made happen, that I waited for so long, I only got the experience for 1 week. And these are just some videos of the planetarium inside, the telescope. I don't know if the telescope is gonna play, yep. And it just shows you the view of how everything looks like, because I couldn't include everything in the photos. But everything is working great. The telescope works great. It tracks well. We have looked at so many objects. Public comes through and they want to look at the particular object, and we point it, and you can see their reaction that something they've never looked at before. Probably they don't even know these things exist out there. And then it's just great to be there and have that feeling. I kind of feel like I'm missing out, but I'm so grateful that I have such a great team that is caring out there. And even though being here, far away, I still am so proud because there are some great, amazing folks who are doing a great job. They're carrying out a legacy that we built. And then new people are going to come in, new scientists. And that's what we want. We want to inspire more scientists. And this was me just a few days after. More schools were coming. I was trying to spend more time there. Basically, I spent my entire vacation in the observatory barely even saw my family, just really wanted to experience the visitors. And this was the best part of it. And then this is afterwards, until now, which is April. We've had over 10,000 visitors since June of last year that we had the grand opening. And it's just been great. Every single morning I wake up, I see pictures that my team has posted of a different school, different individuals coming and looking at the sky and learning about science, learning about astronomy. We're giving them the opportunity to look and study something that it's so far away that they didn't even know that they exist. But still, it makes them probably feel so insignificant. It gives them a whole new perspective. And despite how far everything is, we're still so connected to everything. And when you give somebody that kind of perspective, it changes them. Like it changed all of us here. Because all of you are here for NEAF, to check out telescopes, to look at that stuff. Because at some point it changed you. You wanted to know what's out there. Where we came from, what's our mission here? And that's what we want. We want to give everybody this opportunity to question themselves, their existence, all of it. And in honor of all the significant support and generous support from Celestron, for all the telescopes, for all the support they have given us throughout the year since the birth of AOK, we decided to name the observatory after Celestron. And we're so proud and thankful for their generous donations and help, and for also bringing me here to this NEAF again for a second time to be able to share this journey with all of you. We named the planetarium after Jack Dunn, who was the main sponsor of all the equipment, all the shows, and all the details that went into the planetarium. And of course, the solar terrace, we called it, or we named it after Stephen Ramsden, who has donated all the solar telescopes that we owe. And to finish this presentation, I just wanted to point out that if you have a dream, if you think of something that you might think is too big of a reach, that it's not for you, don't let that scare you. Because like John F. Kennedy said, we do things not because they're easy, but because they're hard. Because they challenge us. Because if it's easy, everybody can do it. But you're going after something that you want. And if you really put the effort and you persistence and you're insistent and you don't give up, you will get there eventually. If I go back in time and I question just 7 years ago, not longer than that, 7 years ago, and thinking that today I can go back to my country, to have my own science center, my own observatory and planetarium, and the ability to do astrophotography, to do research from a 14-inch telescope, I would have never believed myself. But yet, here we are. I am there with a telescope that turned out much better than the drawing that I made. And I'm so proud of this. I will live for the rest of my life knowing that we created together as a community something so significant, so profound, that it's going to make a lasting impact. This has become a national landmark, scientific landmark in Kosovo. And it's going to be there forever. It's only going to get better. This is the very first one, but not the last. Hopefully in the future we will have more science centers, more research facilities and research observatories. But we have to start somewhere. We have to begin. And this was our beginning. And we're so proud and so thankful to everybody who was there with us. And I would like to thank you all for being here and listening to our journey. And hopefully, if you have dreams, I wish they all come true. But please just believe in yourself and don't let anybody take that away from you. Because if you ask me, this wasn't easy. Yes, there were so many times that I would cry myself to sleep. There are so many people who are evil, will try to take you down, will try to be on your way. There are politicians who don't listen, who just, yeah, it's all of that. But if I had let that stop me or my team, we wouldn't have made this. So yeah, you will have those times. You will have all these ups and downs, but you'll pass them. You'll get there. And thanks again for listening. Okay, I think if anybody has any questions. Feel free to ask. I still finished a little bit earlier, so we have time. If anybody has any questions that I have missed out something or didn't point out something, feel free to ask.
Question for you?
Yeah?
What's your PhD thesis going to be?
My PhD thesis, I am trying to understand the fluid alteration of main belt asteroids and centaurs. I'm trying to understand how the liquid water in the interiors of asteroids have changed the chemistry of the asteroids and how the organics were being redistributed from the interior all the way to the surface. So whatever we see in the surface, it's directly related to the past history that these asteroids went through and what caused these changes in the composition. And then if one asteroid went through convection and all these chemical changes and then has an impact and breaks up into multiple pieces, I am looking at all the siblings to see how similar they are, how different they are, because if they came from the same parent body, you could see anything. So it's really exciting, and I'm very excited for that. I love minor planets, and I'm doing exactly what I always wanted to do. So yeah. Yes, please.
What's the dark sky situation like with the observatories?
Yeah, we get that question a lot. When we decided to build it at the property that was donated to us, it was basically very dark. But Kosovo is growing rapidly. It's moving fast, and cities are growing. So now, 5 years later, after we actually build, you can still see the Milky Way, but I could notice that there is a difference from 5 years ago. The sky has become more lit because cities are growing fast. I can see all the way to the back, but if anybody has any questions, just speak up. And if not, I would like to thank you all again. And I will be at the Celestron main booth, so if you have any questions or would like to chat with me, you can find me there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. Thank you. She's a wonderful person and an inspiration to all of us. Thank you.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the astronomy enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
look up. The sky is just the beginning.
Let's travel the world. Let's travel the world. We got today. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world. We got today. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world. Let's travel the world. Let's travel the world. Let's go. Let's travel the world. We got today. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world.
You can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar alignment calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from. And the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select already done, as we've already installed the solar filter and leveled the tripod. The dwarf will automatically center the sun a bit more and start tracking, so now you can autofocus and start taking some incredible photos of the solar surface.
I want to talk to you for a minute about this new telescope I have. This is the Dwarf 3 from Dwarf Labs. I've had it for 30 days and I'm already overwhelmed with the power of this thing, its potential. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun with it. This is a combination camera telescope that work together. You connect it to your phone or to your tablet. You determine what object you want to point it at. Telescope does all that work for you, and it starts taking photographs of those objects, and it collects light over a long period of time to develop spectacular images of these deep space objects. The same objects that we had so much trouble seeing with these scopes are just breathtaking with the images that the Dwarf 3 can capture for you. At the end of the night, end of your session, you take your telescope in, connect it to your desktop or to your laptop, and you download those images, and they're breathtaking, just spectacular images. I've only had it, as I said, for a month, and I'm unbelievably rewarded with the first images that came up. That first night, the Andromeda Galaxy was just breathtaking. I'm having a lot of fun. I encourage you to think about it. It's a great tool, a tremendous amount of fun, easy to use, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Give it a try. Thanks.
Il me semble que ce matin le soleil est un peu moins brillant.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Our next speaker, Voyager, 47 plus years anniversary and still going. She's a research scientist interested in energetic particles in the plasma heliophysics. She completed her PhD in physics from Caltech in 2018. For her thesis work, she investigated and characterized an unusual galactic cosmic ray pitch angle anisotropy discovered by the Voyager 1 spacecraft in the local interstellar medium. Launched in 1977, the twin probes are NASA's longest operating missions and the only spacecraft ever to explore the interstellar space medium. Please welcome Jamie Rankin.
Thank you very much, everyone. So I'm sure you're wondering why would someone like me be here talking about the Voyager mission? Because, well, maybe they were launched before I was born, and that is very true, they were. And the best way I can describe this situation is by saying, paraphrasing Isaac Newton, who said, "If I can see this far, it is because I stand on shoulders of giants." And one of those giants was my Caltech PhD advisor, Dr. Edward C. Stone.
We have ignition, and we have liftoff of the Titan Centaur, carrying the first of 2 Voyager spacecraft to extend man's senses farther into the solar system than ever before.
We launched 2 Voyager spacecraft. They were basically the same, but they were on different paths. Voyager 2 was the one that was chosen to do the grand tour, that is to fly by Jupiter, and then Saturn, and then Uranus, and then Neptune. And then after 1989, we began what is now called the Voyager interstellar mission. We were on a path we hoped to get to reach interstellar space while we still had power on the spacecraft to transmit the data back. And that's what Voyager 1 did in 2012, and that's now what Voyager 2 is starting to do in 2018. The sun creates this huge bubble of plasma, ionized material, goes outward at 1 million miles per hour and creates a bubble. And inside the bubble, most of the material has come from our sun, and the magnetic field has come from our sun. Outside the bubble, most of the material comes from other stars that exploded 5, 10, 15 million years ago. We have an instrument which measures the wind coming from the sun, and we saw that in fact there was no longer any measurable solar wind. We had left the bubble, basically. Well, this just contributes to the number of discoveries that Voyager's been making, and this is one we'd hoped we would have the chance to do, and fortunately, the spacecraft were still operating when they reached interstellar space. It's really quite remarkable. Voyager changed our view of the solar system, really. I mean, we saw these active volcanic activity on Io, we saw the possibility of ocean on Europa. Just time after time, we were discovering things that we had not really even imagined some years before the Voyager mission. What makes it so exciting is that not only do we confirm what we thought we knew, but even better, it tells us where we didn't know that there was something to be discovered.
So that story was a perspective from the inside moving outward, and I'm going to tell you my story from the outward looking back, because for me, the Voyager mission actually began in interstellar space. So here's a picture of Ed Stone, a portrait with the background of the planets, and I think this was probably one of his favorite portraits because it was on his name tag outside his door at Caltech. And then here's me, my first day on the job. And I have different quality of planets on my shirt here. And his are definitely better quality. But my first day on the job at Caltech, I moved as a graduate student to Pasadena, California to start my work there 6 days after Voyager 1 crossed the helipause and arrived in interstellar space. And it took a while for the scientists to figure out what happened because there was some measurements, some aspects of those measurements that were different than they expected. But my first day on the job was I was told by Professor Stone to come in and attend a meeting on a certain floor of a certain building at a certain time. So I walk in with this t-shirt and I see all these scientists dressed up very nicely, much older than me, discussing very animatedly about these measurements that were coming back. And I sort of tried to slip through the back and be not noticed. And Ed Stone was running the meeting and he saw me and said, "Hello, Jamie, good to see you, welcome." And so anyway, that was the day that they were discussing this first measurements of Voyager 1 in interstellar space. And there's 52 years and 1 day apart in our ages, and it's pretty incredible that I am standing here today because that is the testimony of having a truly multi-generational space mission. So that's a pretty incredible milestone, I think, for all of humanity. And so I'm going to tell you the perspective from the outside looking in. And so to orient everyone, here's our Milky Way. Of course, that's not an image we can take. People debate about how many arms it has and all this, but this is kind of almost the latest of our understanding of our Milky Way galaxy, 100,000 light years across. And we're kind of like in this little nub here. People they called it the Orion Spur. It's now also called the Orion Arm. But the point is, in here, there's a bunch of clouds, dust clouds, local interstellar cloud, G cloud, and nested within here is our heliosphere. And our heliosphere, basically, any sort of star has its own bubbles and gases, and it's moving with respect to the surrounding medium. And that can, if it's moving at rapid enough velocities, it can generate kind of fluorescence, basically, like these pictures from the Hubble. And so these are just basically astrospheres. It's the gases of the star and the dust and materials of the surrounding medium that are interacting at the surface. And some of these are long-tailed comet shapes. Some are these sort of more oblate shapes. And we now are trying to understand what our own astrosphere looks like. And that is the story of some of the most incredible science that the Voyagers are achieving today. So our star, maybe people know it's the sun. It's our sun, the star, has 1.3 million Earths that can fit inside. If we compare them to other stars, it's surprisingly quiet for stars of similar mass and size and stuff. And yet, we have these flares. We live next to this star, puts out these flares that are many times the power consumption of Earth, billions of times that with one flare. And this image here was taken by the NASA Solar Dynamic Observatory in EUV. And I love it because you see this arc of plasma from the sun, and then there's the size of Earth, just for perspective. And so for some reason, and we're just barely being able to understand this, the surface of this sun is a few thousand degrees, and it basically gets superheated outward as it radiates outward within to 5 million degrees. And in the fiery corona of the sun is kind of like when the eclipse occurred and you can see the outer edges. That's hotter. It's millions of degrees, and it's hotter than the surface of the sun. Somehow it gets heated, and we are just barely starting to understand how that occurs. And this sun's material escapes. It's expanding outward. It's plasma, it's gas, it's magnetic fields. It expands outward, and it becomes supersonic. And somehow it escapes the sun's gravity. We don't fully understand. But it expands outward and forms this solar wind. And this time-varying solar wind, so you can imagine, we'll go back real quick. So this is a cut. If this is the plane of the planets right here, this is kind of like the side view. So that would be like the north pole of the sun, and there's an outward flowing magnetic field from there. And then there's the south pole has an inward going magnetic field. That behavior of the magnetic field and the plasma, they're all tied together. It changes every 11 years, and I'll show some slides in a bit about that. But it turns out that it's just kind of putting out all this material at a steady rate in a radially outward kind of way. But then if you look top down, the sun's also rotating. So when it's rotating, it basically twists all this escaping plasma in this beautiful Archimedean spiral shape. It's known as the Parker spiral. And we also nicknamed it the ballerina skirt, where this sheet here, it's called the heliospheric current sheet. It's just the separation between the North Pole part and the South Pole part of the electrical plasma out there. And so these winds, they expand outwardly, supersonically, and then they form this shock out there. And the first level of that shock is right here. So all these are expanding radially outward, and the first shock, known as the termination shock, that's 90 astronomical units. We had no idea what the scale size of all this was before the Voyagers. To give you an idea of scale, like the Kuiper Belt, Pluto is somewhere between 30 and 40 astronomical units. So this is many times. 3 times from here to Pluto is the termination shock. 4 times that distance is where the heliopause is. And there's a region, there's this like bubbly region where all these materials of our sun flow backward. They kind of lose energy, flow backward, flow subsonically. And these are the boundaries that the Voyagers have been measuring. But if that's hard to comprehend, well, it turns out that you can actually recreate this on your own using an everyday household appliance known as the kitchen sink. So did you know you can recreate our entire heliosphere at home? And so this is courtesy of Ed Stone. It was one of his favorite illustrations. Basically, if you turn on your faucet and you watch where all the water flows out, that's almost like the sun, you know? And then it's the winds that come out of the sun. There's a fast flow part, and it's all radially flowing outward. And you can see mostly kind of like straight lines. The only big difference is that the sun's also rotating, so it twists into a spiral shape as well. But then there's like a bubbly outer part you'll see where the flow just becomes very turbulent and bubbly, and then it starts going down the drain. Well, it turns out that that boundary where just all the water just no longer expands in your kitchen sink, that's like the heliopause. It's where just all the material is in kind of like balance. It runs out of the energy. And in the case of our own astrosphere, the heliosphere, it's where all of the winds of the space between the stars, all that gas, collides with our heliosphere, and it forms like a pressure balance. And so the sun, it has these activity patterns, and people have been measuring this for a long time, watching sunspots back in Galileo's day, building solar telescopes and stuff. And we still are just barely beginning to understand what do those sunspots mean, what is it, how does it link to the physical processes of the sun? And we know that more sunspots and more activity happens around these what we call solar maxima time periods, and then less sunspots during solar minima. And so the sun has these 11-year patterns, basically, where from solar minimum to solar maximum. And the magnetic field, it's basically coming from highly disordered, coming out all directions like solar maximum, to a nice structure in solar minimum. And so people have been studying this for a long time. But it turns out that this significantly affects all of our understanding of the materials that are in our interstellar surroundings, because they get heavily modified by the sun and the dynamic changes of the sun and its materials that it outputs. And so one matter, it's very difficult to measure matter from outside of our own solar system, but one type of matter that people have been measuring for a while are these energized particles. It's radiation with all of the chemical elements, basically. They get accelerated at different sources throughout our galaxy, even extragalactically. They get accelerated and they travel near the speed of light, and half the speed of light, just fractions of the speed of light. And these cosmic rays, they've been studied for 112 years now. They can hit our Earth's atmosphere and interact, but they're coming in from the outside, and they're one of the few materials that are not of our solar origins that can pass through this heliosphere and all of these materials. So we have these galactic cosmic rays that come in, and then there's a really strange process that scientists are trying to understand. It's a really big open question on how galactic cosmic rays get energized and where they come from and stuff. We know from recent years, big breakthroughs have been made that supernova explosions can accelerate these particles for some energies, but it's an enormous range of energies of these particles. So we're starting to fill in the pieces of the puzzle, but it turns out that we actually have a little cosmic ray accelerator somehow right here with our termination shock. So that's actually one of the key findings that the Voyagers made, was kind of passing through and seeing how these anomalous cosmic rays get accelerated, where they get accelerated. But they start out as neutral particles that come in, and then the sun puts out UV. That UV can charge those neutral particles up, and then it suddenly converts pressure and energy from the solar wind, gets converted to this new population, and then they can get stuck towards like the back end of the termination shock, where the magnetic field just kind of traps them there. But we don't have a complete picture because everything that we're seeing gets filtered through these time-varying processes of the sun. And so the reason I bring this up is, here's an example. We have sunspot number coming up and down, and solar cycle would be one peak to another peak. That's 11 years. And tilt angle, that's another way people look at it. They count sunspots, or they look at the tilt angle of the heliosheath. And it turns out that when the sun is at its maximum activity, then the external radiation goes down. So it's at its minimum levels. And vice versa. When the sun is at its weakest, then the cosmic rays are at their maximum. But what does the source of these look like? We have never measured those before. And the Voyagers provide those first measurements. And so here's kind of just a summary of the Voyager journeys through the heliosphere. And I start right here, because that's about the time I was around in this whole picture here. The last planetary encounter is Voyager 2 at Neptune. And the last image was 1990 by Voyager 1, the Solar System Family Portrait. And from 1990 onward was the Voyager interstellar mission. Nobody knew how far. No one knew how long. We didn't know where the boundaries are. We just knew that there would be more to see. And I say we would be the previous generation, because I was not making any of those decisions. But in 1998, Voyager 1 became the furthest out spacecraft, surpassing Pioneer 10. And actually, it wasn't until 2012 that they became the longest operating mission at 35 years. There's a Pioneer 6, apparently, that operated for 35 years. That was pretty impressive to find out. But anyway, Voyager 1 basically did its flyby up to Saturn, and then they launched it out of the ecliptic plane, about 35 degrees outside of the plane and towards the north. And then Voyager 2 carried on the rest of the mission, and then they flung it out towards the south, about 35 degrees south. And since then, they've been traveling through the interstellar, the heliosphere basically, and then the heliosheath, and now the interstellar medium here. And so this is a side cut. So the planets are right here. Voyager 2 is towards the south. Voyager 1 is towards the north. If you were to draw an arrow between them, that's 150 astronomical units. So it's even larger than the size of this distance in the heliosphere. And those two perspectives from those two spacecraft, they tell us a lot of interesting things about this environment. So where are the Voyagers now? Well, Voyager 1 is almost 170 astronomical units away. So it's almost like it's further than here to Pluto, but outside into the interstellar medium. And its magnetic field strength was weaker than Voyager 2, which is very interesting. Voyager 2 is 140 astronomical units away. So that's like here to Uranus in distance outside in the interstellar medium. And the really neat measure of this, I think, is the 23 light hours away. So we send a signal to the spacecraft, and it's almost a day to just reach the spacecraft and a day to come back. And so what instruments work on the spacecraft? What instruments are operating? Well, basically, for the majority of this interstellar mission that I'm describing, we've had some cosmic ray and high-energy particles, energetic particle instruments here. We've had the plasma instrument that Ed Stone mentioned on the beginning of this talk. The plasma measurements that measure like the winds and materials. And then we have magnetometer, and there's radio antenna on there. And those have been operating for quite a while now. And some important reference points, of course, is how big is it? Well, that's like the size of a really tall African elephant, 12-foot diameter dish right there. This magnetic boom goes out very far because they're very sensitive magnetometers, and the spacecraft generates all sorts of electromagnetic fields. And so that boom, that's 43 feet long. And if you look at the longest style of school buses, I didn't even know there was all sorts of different types of school buses, but the longest ones are 40 feet or so. And then this was actually, I had some respect here. I was comparing this sort of computer technology to this sort of computer technology. And it actually does take quite a few of these to make one of those, so that's pretty amazing. 70 kilobytes of memory. But my favorite spec on all of this, and I think it's 160 bits per second that are being sent out. But the most astounding metric that Ed Stone told me when I was a graduate student is that all of this power here used to communicate back to Earth is like a refrigerator light bulb. So you can imagine these big dishes from Earth communicating to a spacecraft that is a light day away, and it's like communicating to a blinking refrigerator light bulb in space that far away. It's incredible. And big thanks to the technology support of the Deep Space Network, for example, because if they didn't have 70-meter dishes looking out there, there's no way we would be able to, even if these spacecraft were operating forever, it wouldn't have meant anything because we wouldn't have been able to communicate with them on the ground. So it's pretty incredible that the technology on Earth developed as the Voyagers became more and more of a challenge to communicate with. And so interstellar space, what does that look like? How did we know that we arrived there? Well, it turns out that the clear signature was these cosmic rays. The cosmic rays come from exploding stars, supernova, things that are kiloparsecs away. And then this radiation right here, like I had mentioned, the anomalous cosmic rays, heliosheath particles, these ones are the ones that are generated inside and accelerated, energized inside our heliosphere. And so the clear signature of when we exited was all of these particles went up and they became flatlined, and all of these went down and became very low levels of signal. So we saw the maximum of cosmic rays. There's a very clear transition in the cosmic rays. And we also saw changes in the magnetic field as well to accompany this. And I'll spend a little more time on the cosmic rays because that was what I did my thesis on. But these spectra, so people like to look at the different elements out there in space in terms of what their energy looks like as a function of their energy and how bright they are. And for the first time, we were able to measure with this instrument right here, cosmic ray subsystem, the lowest energy cosmic rays ever recorded. And the important part is all this radiation, most of the radiation that we interact with, even if it looks like it's up here, it kind of loses some energy. It pretends like it's lower energy. So it's hard to actually know when we're measuring these things from Earth what actually really happened. What was the source spectrum that's coming in and propagating through our heliosphere? And when Voyagers measured this, first off, yellow here and green here, or bluish, those are the two spacecraft. They're at these very different locations, and you'll see that those points there, they actually agree pretty well. So that told us that for the first time, it didn't really matter what location we were at. We were seeing the same environment of these cosmic rays coming in all directions. This plot, it's a little complicated, but the most important part of it is it's flat. I'll show you another plot, and you saw the previous kind of cycle caused by the sun and how much it changes those cosmic rays. Well, the fact that this is flat is pretty important because it means that the sun is no longer modifying these cosmic rays. It's no longer causing all these ups and downs and wiggles that we don't know if it's the sun or if it's the particles. But now we know that the heliopause is the boundary of where these cosmic rays get shaped and changed. And so we're measuring the interstellar spectrum of the cosmic rays. And this instrument here, it took one style where it had all these telescopes and looking in different directions. And that's kind of one way to look and see if there's any strange signatures in one direction and not the other. But there's another instrument that took a different approach. It has two telescopes, and it's on this rotating platform that basically steps in these 8 sectors. And it's been going the whole time, didn't jam up or anything. It's pretty amazing, actually. I think that thing's gone like to the moon and back for I don't know how many times in those numbers of steps it's taken over the almost 50 years of the mission. So when they saw the first particles from interstellar space directly, these are also those cosmic rays. The name of the instrument is LECP, and this is just the energy. This is just time, but time is also distance because the spacecraft are moving outward a million miles a day outward. And so basically, we saw it pretty quiet out there. And we thought, oh, okay, there's nothing really to see. We just arrived. We made the cosmic ray holy grail measurement of what it's like before it gets affected by the sun. And then the telescope looked. This was along the B field. I apologize. The magnetic field, you can imagine pointing like this, and the particles going right along the magnetic field. Okay. Then we saw 45 degrees with respect to the field. Oh, there's some activity there. There's a couple bumps here. That's interesting. What would cause that? If the sun is not shaping these, what's happening? And then we saw that. That's when we were looking 90 degrees with respect to the magnetic field. So what on earth is happening? And that's what I did my thesis on, was these cosmic ray effects here. Very strange. We've never really seen anything like this before, where only one specific direction has such a unique signature. So what we see here is it's time varying, but the time scales are like a year, maybe even more than a year. Very strange. We see the sun when it puts out its blast waves kind of at Earth distance from the sun. We see it kind of disturb the particle environment, but that only lasts maybe hours, maybe a couple days. A year? That is really strange. What could be causing that? And it turns out that this whole picture, it was seen by multiple spacecraft. We had to make sure, or both Voyagers, but also both telescopes, we had to make sure there's no malfunction of the instrument, for example. And so this is the LECP one. This is the cosmic ray subsystem, so those two instruments I showed. This is in the telescope direction. It's not looking in there, and we saw, yep, it's pretty quiet when you're not looking at 90 degrees. And we still don't fully understand the physical mechanism for why is it 90 degrees that these happen, but we do know what's causing it. So it turns out that, getting back to the story of other measurements, it turns out that when we measured the magnetic field for the first time, people were very surprised by this too, because they're expecting it to be kind of like very smooth. But every so often, there's these shocks, SH1, SH2, these are like shocks. They're like these disturbances where the magnetic field just kind of like jumps up, and then it decays away, and then it kind of becomes quiet, and then all of a sudden it jumps up again, and then becomes quiet. And then, as we got further out and away from the heliopause is right there, that's where we crossed, we got these like weird elongated features in the magnetic field. And so those are shocks. There's something that's producing shocks out there in the interstellar medium. And it's seen in both spacecraft. There's Voyager 1 on top here, Voyager 2, similar barrier, similar transition where we crossed the heliosphere and we saw kind of a lot of variance in the magnetic field. And then all of a sudden it jumped up, just like it did at Voyager 1, and then it decayed away. And then we saw a couple of these strange, large features called pressure fronts, some shocks. It's kind of a mix of those out there. But one of the biggest puzzles was when the scientists were expecting the change across the heliopause, magnetic field, it jumped up, but it didn't change any direction. And they were very surprised. People actually took a year to evaluate these measurements and try to understand what did that mean? If the cosmic rays clearly changed and the magnetic field kind of didn't seem to change direction, even though it changed in its intensity, its strength, what does that all mean? And so actually, we've now come to realize that the magnetic field just kind of like drapes itself against our heliosphere. So they're like putting two magnets together. You have the magnetized, ionized gas of our sun and its materials. And then you have the interstellar medium. and they don't like to intermix. And so what ends up happening is the magnetic field kind of like drapes itself. If this was like a flow of plasma, this was like a rock in a stream, this is the water, it kind of drapes itself towards the Voyager 2 direction. It squishes in the heliosphere, it lifts it up a little bit. It's not like symmetric in the centered on the sun, we think. And it actually like affects the size and the shape of our heliosphere. And you can see here in the colors, the redder the color is the more intensity of a magnetic field. This coloring right here, it's not super important. It's a different type of a measurement, and I'll talk about it at the very end of this talk. But the point is, magnetic field on Voyager 1 is something like 0.5 nanotesla. That is 100 billionth of a refrigerator magnet, if you're curious. A refrigerator magnet is like 5 millitesla. This is 5 nanotesla. But you can see here on Voyager 2, it's like squished up a little more. It's a higher value. And so that's exactly the story that we're seeing. It's interesting. We didn't expect that necessarily. But the thing that broke the tie about whether or not we were in the interstellar medium or some other unexpected region was these fortuitous kind of events that were just like radio bursts that occurred. It's like there was this ringing in space that was happening periodically. And that ringing, the radio instrument picked it up. Voyager 1 didn't have a working plasma instrument. It was turned off back in 2007. So there was no way to tell what the plasma materials were like, except these ringing events allowed us to figure out what that plasma density is, because the frequency that they ring at is it's basically related to the number of electrons. And so we found out, like from deriving that this number is a lot more consistent with remote observations of interstellar space than it is with any of these densities we had measured the whole time going through the heliosphere. And so these measurements actually, turns out, occurred right before each of these magnetic field shock events. So that was kind of an interesting picture, like, wow, okay, so there's these radio bursts that happen, and then there's these shocks that happen in the magnetic field. Voyager 2, it measures electric field strength. This wideband receiver failed kind of early on, so it can still see those same sort of events, but just in a different frequency range, in a single frequency band. But it sees it too. Both spacecraft have these sorts of events happening out there. And so it turns out that somehow these observations I've been showing you are related to each other. So shocks form out there, and as the spacecraft gets close by, when it reaches a magnetic field that is touching the shock, that shock can energize particles ahead of it. So the particles that are moving the fastest will arrive first to the spacecraft. That's these cosmic ray measurements, and that's these jump ups here in color. Those are the particles that arrive first. And then as the spacecraft gets closer and closer, there can be more particles accelerated, but they're the slower, lower energies. And that's what these events here are. They're right in front of the shocks. They're just electrons that get pushed and energized ahead of the shock. And that's what we were seeing right here. And this is the electric field version of that. So first that feature, then that feature. And then we would see the magnetic field effects. So this F, this R, it's a forward shock. If it jumps up, it's a reverse shock if it suddenly transitions down. But that would be equivalent to crossing with the shock overtaking the Voyagers. And then, after that, somehow, in the wake of the shock, is when these events form right here. So we don't know fully how the shock is producing these changes to the cosmic rays, but we do know that it is associated with these shocks. And for whatever reason, the material that gets affected lasts like years out there in the speed of these shocks with respect to the spacecraft. And we see similar things for Voyager 2, although Voyager 2 has had kind of less of these disturbances. And now that we've had both spacecraft out there in interstellar space for over 11 years, which is pretty important, 11-year solar cycle, we know that when Voyager 1 was crossing through, there was a time of a lot of the solar maximum activity influencing the surrounding interstellar medium. Voyager 2, we think that was a time period where it was kind of the end and going into a solar minimum, that activity reaching the outermost edges of our heliosphere. And so there's been kind of fewer observations of these on the Voyagers, but now it's like starting to pick up a lot. And so what happens? Well, it turns out that, here's an example. You can have these events that blast off from the sun, like I described, and it turns out that those can propagate outward. And in fact, see this image up here? That's a radio wave. That's just like the counterpart that we see in interstellar space. And it's just a very big one, very high amplitude. But you know, we have a video here, and you can see basically a blast coming out, and this is something like 2.2 miles per second is traveling, and then you have another second blast that overtakes it. And it turns out that these blasts, they can merge, and they can actually, what happens when blasts from the sun collide and you have a slower one and a faster one, well, it turns out that those actually can survive. They can merge, and they can pile up, and they can form large structures that pass and are seen by other spacecraft. So, for example, Parker Solar Probe, it can see the effects of how particles get energized. Here's an example. I showed you how on Voyagers, particles get energized in front of the shocks. Here's an example of how particles get energized near the sun and seen by Parker Solar Probe. And I guess here's an interesting side note in history. Parker Solar Probe, it made history of being the closest pass to the sun on December 27th, 2024. I had a good friend that he wasn't able to make it here this year to speak, but he was going to speak on Parker Solar Probe, but stay tuned for next year. But it turns out that this is the closest of any human-made object has ever come to a star. So actually, in Ed Stone's lab, he was a huge believer of giving experience with both the future sort of hardware as well as the data already in space. So the other part of my PhD was working on an energetic particle instrument on Parker Solar Probe. So here I am in Ed Stone's lab. He has like basically the record of the spacecraft nearest to the sun, spacecraft farthest from the sun. It's pretty exciting. Here I am working with the instrumentation and hardware, and I showed you that cosmic ray subsystem. Turns out that, hey, here's the modern version that flew on Parker Solar Probe. So it was really neat to get the hands-on experience of that. And it turns out that we're seeing exactly how the solar wind is forming right now. It's a really exciting time in heliospheric science because we have like the Voyagers far out there. Then we have all these other spacecraft that are like measuring close to the sun, and ones that are measuring space weather near Earth, you know. And so we're just barely starting to fill out this picture. And these events, turns out, here's an example in the plasma where this is basically just the speed of an event in plasma. Turns out that here's an observation. These can travel. They can travel outward, and they just survive. And they can travel past all the planets. And there's a big question: how far can these go? And it turns out that back in 2003, there was an event seen by the WIND spacecraft. That's just Earth distance monitoring, and some mathematicians, theorists, basically put together, well, what happens if this goes out as a function of distance? It originates from the sun and pushes outward. What's happening? And they actually had a prediction of those blast waves that I just showed you that were coming out from the sun. They said, well, what would happen if that arrived at Voyager 2? What time? Can we estimate when it would arrive at Voyager 2? What would Voyager 2 see? And actually, here's the result. This is the observation. These are the simulations. And you can kind of hardly tell the difference. They just nailed it. So the data is all the spiky parts. The smooth line is their model. And then it turns out that these could even travel farther. So I discovered an event that was seen at Voyager 2 while Voyager 2 was in the turbulent region I showed you, the heliosheath, and then it disturbed the cosmic rays right here, and then a little while later, it hit Voyager 1, and it disturbed the cosmic rays, 90% correlation. And we had the time of travel, and that actually allowed us for the first time to measure the pressure out there in the heliosheath. The event from it must have been a huge structure, because Voyager 2 is down here 35 degrees to the south, Voyager 1 35 degrees to the north, if this is the plane of the planets. And they both saw the similar disturbances as this big event washed over. So it's called the global merged interaction region, and we call it global because it was so big, it was seen in both hemispheres. And it turns out that this basically caused the disturbance in cosmic rays in all directions in Voyager 1. And that was one of those anisotropy episodes, those 90-degree dropout things at Voyager, so Voyager 2, Voyager 1. And so basically what's happening is the sun, it like sends these ripples into interstellar space. And it disturbs the environment in a way that we're very surprised to see. And it's almost like the sun was chasing the Voyagers. It took the Voyagers all this time, 35 years before the first one exited, and yet the sun, it puts off its blast waves to chase the spacecraft. And those take about 4 years to reach this boundary. And so eventually these events, and here's an example, Voyager 2, those plasma waves that I showed in this previous prediction right here. Voyager 2 saw a whole bunch of this while it was in this heliosheath region right before it exited. These collide with the edge of the heliopause, and they can just put all these waves and cause all these disturbances. And that's exactly what causes the disruptions in the magnetic field and in the plasma that we see, these radio observations and stuff. It's these ripples that are caused by the sun. And it's waves. It's like sound waves. It's not the merging of materials. It's just the ripple effects of the sun and the heliosphere moving and big events hitting its boundary and things like that. And they partially reflect once they hit the boundary, partially transmit the waves out into the interstellar medium. And so through this discovery, we found out actually, wow, we have these waves. They can travel 0.72 million miles an hour. If anybody has like a feeling for that, there's a point where these numbers, everyday numbers, are just so large that it's hard to even imagine. And we actually were able to measure the total pressure in this region and how it's inflated. And it turns out that number was very different than we anticipated. Nobody had been able to measure the total pressure, but we derived it just by knowing the time it took to arrive at Voyager 2 and then arrive at Voyager 1, and we knew the properties of the plasma, and that put a constraint on the speed of the event. And it turns out that made it into Newsweek in 2019, talking about how the pressure of the edge of the solar system is far higher than expected. And basically, we know these factors here. We know all the pieces, but nobody knew the total pressure out there. And it turns out that we still don't know. There's some 18, 20% that we can't account for. But it's really interesting because this heliosphere, turns out, yes, it's formed by the outward flowing materials of the sun, but it turns out there's a large contribution of these energized particles I've been talking about. That somehow also contributes to the size and the shape of our own astrosphere here. And so what's happening now on the Voyagers? You know, we have all these little bumps and wiggles and stuff. Why is it still interesting to be monitoring out there today? Well, first off, one of these days, we'll have an event that passes from Voyager 2 to Voyager 1. That'll be pretty amazing to see it on both spacecraft, both in interstellar space. Second, the Voyagers have now been out there for over a solar cycle, so we see the effects. We think that the sun, over these activity cycles, can actually inflate and deflate our entire heliosphere like it's breathing. and we're starting to see what those effects look like. And then in 2020, we had the strangest event yet. There was all these strange world events happening. Well, there's a strange event happening in the interstellar space as well. And we saw the magnetic field suddenly jump up, and then it increased, and then it kind of leveled off at a new level. So that was like, what on earth is happening? What in space is happening? And we had thought to ourselves, oh, we understand this pattern. There would be a jump up and a shock and a decay, jump up and a shock and decay. And, we figured the further out the spacecraft go, the weaker these events would get. But then all of a sudden we had this event. And instead of jumping up and decaying away, first off, it jumped up at the highest jump that we had seen since it was really close to the heliopause. And so they weren't getting weaker. And then it's actually stayed. I don't have that shown on this plot. This only goes up to 2022. But it just stayed at that level ever since. Even to this day, it's at just all of a sudden at this higher level. We do not understand that. We also saw those little bursts of the radio basically gave us the number density of the electrons out there. And so that's what this plot is, all those blue, the EPO, that's just our code name for what those radio bursts are, the electron plasma oscillations. We like to be very technical. But anyway, those are those bright radio bursts I showed you. And there's some other ways that we can see we see this steady background line in the radio that also gives us plasma emission. And, but, for none of these events did we see a pronounced, we saw maybe short-lived changes, but sometimes there would be bursts and things, changes in the plasma that weren't necessarily following these magnetic field behaviors. But then here, it's like both of them. When they jumped up, it was the same value, the same percentage change in both of those, and they still are just kind of leveled off up there, which is really strange because we expected the interstellar space to be down here in these measurements, And so, so we have our eye on this event. It's puzzling every day that Voyager 1 takes these measurements. We're very eager to get it back and see if anything changed. It's really weird to understand how did the magnetic field all of a sudden get stronger a year and a half later, a year later. We don't know. We don't know what happened. There's debate. There's debate about maybe that's an effect of the heliosphere and the solar cycle and expanding of the whole entire heliosphere. Some people think maybe this is telling us something new about the interstellar medium itself. We don't know. And so we're looking and trying to understand. So one of the questions I get asked is, what do I see as the game-changing science that this mission has achieved? And I'll say I happen to be partial to the cosmic rays because of doing my thesis with them. But I'll also show you some really cool opportunities now that we have this whole picture of what's happening. So here, remember those plots I showed you? It's an 11-year cycle of the sun. And the cosmic rays are at a maximum when the sun's at its minimum and vice versa. Well, these are the two Voyagers. It's their whole history of cosmic ray measurements through our entire heliosphere. And Voyager 1 is on top. It's here in blue. That's the radial distance in astronomical units. So 1 is where Earth to sun distance is. 10 is Saturn. So to give you that idea, the heliosphere was right there where this vertical line is. The two spacecraft kind of arrived at different times, so that's why the yellow here, Voyager 2, doesn't quite match there. But the main point is we saw the effects of this solar cycle, and then we reached the shock, and then we didn't see those effects anymore. So that was kind of interesting, told us a lot about the material and how it gets filtered through. But then we saw a suddenly abrupt transition. So all this is varying, and this is basically the whole history of our measurements has been these varying measurements of cosmic rays, and that's our best interpretation of the materials from beyond our solar system. Well, it turns out it just flatlined and got really quiet in interstellar space. That's how we knew we had arrived. But the really cool part is that this here, this is linked to, I told you there's the measurements of Parker Solar Probe near the sun, there's the measurements of Voyager out there, there's all these spacecraft. We're just starting to understand how the big picture of this forms our heliosphere. So we know that the heliosphere changes its size and shape. We know that this is related to weather patterns that we see where big events can disrupt the magnetosphere of Earth, for example. And because we took this first measurements of this spectrum here before it gets disturbed by the sun, we can now make sense of all of these models. They have a constraint of what the source is like, and so now they can predict. If there's a blast wave coming off the sun, they should see these observations, and it should affect Earth in this way. It should affect these planets in this way. So that's a really interesting thing. But it also enables helioarchaeology. So it turns out that this solar cycle pattern here, from the cosmic rays, is inversely related. But it turns out that's imprinted on this Earth in tree rings, in ice cores. And so because we have this understanding of the source and that spectrum out there, and now we can interpret what's happening at our distance from the sun, it turns out that people can now recreate what did the weather patterns of, what did these look like 10,000 years ago? It's kind of amazing. How much did our heliosphere change? And this is very hot stuff. It's coming out right now. 2024 was this article, December 2024. People are starting to figure out, because we know how these cosmic rays get changed by the interplanetary magnetic field. Well, if we have cosmic rays, maybe we can derive what the solar weather patterns were like in the past, because there's a causal connection, and we understand those relationships now thanks to those Voyager measurements. And another really interesting thing that we see here is that this radiation here, it gets filtered out by quite a lot by the time we get close to Earth. And that means that our heliosphere is shielding us. It's shielding us. We know that that Earth's magnetic field shields us from blast waves and solar wind and materials coming off the sun. Well, it turns out that this heliosphere is acting as a shield, and that it protects us. It drops those radiation levels from nearby stellar explosions down by up to a 25, factor of 25, factor of 5. We'd never had that story before seeing the Voyager. So it's an interesting question of, without this shield, without this heliosphere, would those radiation levels be simply just too high for at least our human life to exist? And so there's all these big questions. How far into the interstellar medium can these events like I showed travel? We don't know. We thought we had a story, and then we saw this really big event on Voyager 1, and it's like, wow, is that interstellar? Is that from the sun? We don't know, but how far does our sun influence the surrounding interstellar medium? And there's also the vice versa. What about the interstellar medium? If something changes in the interstellar medium, which we don't expect it to, but we don't know, we're moving at some speed between dust clouds. What happens if we enter a new dust cloud? We are very curious about what that will do to our heliosphere. And so it's a hot topic to understand, how does the interstellar medium influence our sun and our solar system? Another really big question is, well, what does this look like? If the Voyagers, they're just taking their trek. They're just 2 line-of-sight measurements. They're just taking their road trip. What does this look like in 3D? And it turns out that that's up for debate. So some people think maybe it looks like we have a long tail that is split like a croissant. Some people think, oh, no, it's more like a bell structure, and then it'll flare, kind of like a jellyfish. Or some people think maybe it's like a long comet. Some people think, well, we called it the heliosphere, must be a sphere. We'll see. the verdict's out, but it has to do with all these measurements that all these gases, all these particles that the Voyagers have been measuring the whole time and sampling directly. And it turns out that there's this new mission at the same time, just amazing, amazing fortuitous alignment here, where this mission right here, it's the size of a bus tire. It launched into space around the same time that the Voyagers were passing through this outer region. And this little spacecraft was designed to measure all the neutral gases that, like, basically the interstellar medium is half ionized and half neutral. And so there's winds of the interstellar medium that pass through, and they don't get affected by any of the materials, magnetic field, plasma of our sun. And so this was imaging in the 3D while the Voyagers were taking their road trips. And what they discovered was, if you imagine basically taking the whole heliosphere and just like unwrapping it and just sticking it on your car windshield, and you're just looking at it from the inside out, that's what this plot is showing. They basically had that whole picture. So it's like the Voyagers were these race cars, and they ended up like poking out at 2 points. And this IBEX, it's more like a drone, and it gets the whole 3D view. And so what they discovered was a beautiful signature right here. And that is another story for another time, but it is the imprint of how the magnetic field drapes up around our heliosphere. And so it's related to that. It is known as the IBEX ribbon. And why do I mention this? Well, it turns out that this fall will be a very exciting time. September 2025, late September, is the opening of the launch window for a new mission, Interstellar Mapping and Acceleration Probe. And it will actually provide, we have these endpoints, we have the Voyagers out there, we have all these really cool measurements from measuring the sun inward. It's going to figure out all the connections between all those different particle populations, all the different kind of maps, signatures of the 3D heliosphere. It's going to launch this fall, and it turns out that one of these instruments, right there, that was led by yours truly here at Princeton. This was my very first space instrument that I was in charge of. Here's my team. And like I said, it's another story for another time, but my main point of sharing this is, here I am. When Ed Stone was my age, he was leading the very starting phases of the Voyager development. It was 1972. They were actually building the hardware. It takes about 5 years to build that hardware before it launches into space. And here I am. I'm leading my first instrument. These are my first students, and it's kind of pretty incredible. And so my main point of showing this is that legacy continues. And so this is a huge testimony to all of that. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damien. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any time for questions?
Yeah, I got to get the next speaker.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I dropped.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Sky's Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south-central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the Astronomy Enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. come and really take a look at what this enclave has, look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
Let's travel the world. Let's go. Let's travel the world. We got today. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world.
You can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar alignment calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from. And the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select already done, as we've already installed the solar filter and leveled the tripod. The dwarf will automatically center the sun a bit more and start tracking, so now you can autofocus and start taking some incredible photos of the solar surface.
I want to talk to you for a minute about this new telescope I have. This is the Dwarf 3 from Dwarf Labs. I've had it for 30 days and I'm already overwhelmed with the power of this thing, its potential. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun with it. This is a combination camera telescope that work together. You connect it to your phone or to your tablet. You determine what object you want to point it at. Telescope does all that work for you. And it starts taking photographs of those objects and it collects light over a long period of time to develop spectacular images of these deep space objects. The same objects that we had so much trouble seeing with these scopes are just breathtaking with the images that the Dwarf 3 can capture for you. At the end of the night, end of your session, you take your telescope in, connect it to your desktop or to your laptop, and you download those images, and they're breathtaking, just spectacular images. I've only had it, as I said, for a month, and I'm unbelievably rewarded with the first images that came up. That first night, the Andromeda Galaxy was just breathtaking. I'm having a lot of fun. I encourage you to think about it. It's a great tool, a tremendous amount of fun, easy to use, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Give it a try. Thanks.
Il me semble que ce matin le soleil est un peu moins brillant.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Thank you all, and welcome back for our next presentation. She's currently an associate professor of research in planetary science at Brown University and previously worked at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Her research interests include impact cratering, modern-day geological processes on other planets, and the geology and exploration of Europa. She has participated in science and operations on many planetary missions and instruments, including Europa Clipper and NASA's InSight mission to Mars. Her talk today is on the Europa Clipper, is the first mission designed to conduct a detailed study of Jupiter's moon, Europa. There's scientific evidence that the ingredients for life can and may exist already on Europa. Please welcome Ingrid DeBar.
Live at NASA's Kennedy Space Center for NASA's Europa Clipper mission, a nearly 2 billion mile, 5.5-year journey to Jupiter's icy ocean moon.
And liftoff. Liftoff, the Falcon Heavy with Europa Clipper, unveiling the mysteries of an enormous ocean lurking beneath the icy crust of Jupiter's moon, Europa.
Side booster separation confirmed.
Fairing is separated, and those will be recovered by SpaceX's own recovery ship, Go Cosmos.
This is a big moment for the program, for NASA, APL, and JPL. Let's watch.
Europa Clipper, separation confirmed.
And there you go. NASA's Europa Clipper probe, embarking on a long-awaited mission to study Jupiter's icy moon Europa. And what a sight!
Now they wait for acquisition of signal.
I believe we have it. There it is. Confirmation of signal from the spacecraft Europa Clipper.
So we are on our way to Europa. This launch occurred last October at Kennedy Space Center. I decided to start my talk with this compilation video of the launch because it seems like an apt beginning to the talk. It's the beginning of the mission. It's quite a long journey out to Europa. It's going to take us 6 years to get there. It is the beginning, and it is also the culmination for a lot of people of decades of hard work. This team has been refining the science, developing the technology, building that technology, testing and retesting and testing every part for many, many years. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the product of all that work, why we're going to Europa, and what we're going to do with this awesome mission when we get there. So who am I? Why am I talking to you about Europa Clipper? My name is Ingrid Daubar. I am a research professor at Brown University. And before I was at Brown, I was at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, where the Europa Clipper mission is led in conjunction with APL, the Applied Physics Lab at Johns Hopkins University. There I was part of the Project Science Group, which is a group that helps to organize the science team, interfaces with the engineers, management, and kind of make sure that the science is going to go well when we do finally get there. Here's some pictures of me in the upper left, me with the hardware in the clean room at JPL being assembled. I think this is when they were putting on the high gain antenna, and they dangle the high gain antenna across the clean room, and we're all like, no, and they finally attached it. And then in the upper right, you can see a picture of it all folded up when it was finally all integrated at KSC. These are the solar panels. You'll see some animations later with these enormous solar panels unfolded. And then this is some of the teams that I've worked with, and I'm going to come back to this point again and again in my talk, that this is a very human-driven mission, right? This is a huge team. Over 4,000 people have been part of this mission, and we just launched. So it's huge. This has touched lots of human lives, and it's because of humans that we're going there. On the lower left is the Project Science Group that I'm a part of, and on the lower right is the whole science team, which is about 200 people strong from all over the US and internationally. So let's back up a minute. Where are we going and why are we going there? I probably don't have to explain this to some of you in the room, but just in case, let's all get on the same level. Jupiter, the largest planet in our solar system, the fifth planet out. This is all the planets in our solar system to scale in size, but not distance. It's actually about 5 times as far from the sun as the Earth is. And back in the 1600s, when Galileo Galilei looked at Jupiter with his telescope, which probably many of you in this room have done, hopefully with better telescopes than he had, it was not just the resolved disk of the planet that fascinated him, but it was also these 4 dots of light that he saw around Jupiter. And they moved on kind of an hour to daily time scale. And that observation was really the key to the whole Copernican revolution that kind of changed our whole view of where we are in the universe. Things don't all revolve around us. These satellites are actually orbiting another planet, and that was huge at the time. Even though they were just points of light, that really changed everything that we thought about our solar system. Since then, we've been very lucky to visit the Jupiter system with a handful of different missions. Starting with Voyager in the 70s, the Galileo spacecraft spent a long time there around the turn of the century. Most recently, the Juno spacecraft has visited and given us brand new data. And these points of light have really become whole worlds in our view. So no longer are they just a little dot that's moving around, but they're whole globes each with their own unique geology and history. You've probably heard of the closest one in, Io. It's the most volcanically active body in the solar system. I'm going to be talking about Europa, which is the second moon out. Ganymede and Callisto are also really interesting in their own right. These icy, rocky bodies covered with craters that we think are quite old. So what we do know from all these previous visits to Europa is kind of a qualitative understanding of the interior structure of this moon. We know it has a water ice crust on the outside. It's frozen because it's very cold out there. But it also has a liquid ocean of water underneath that ice crust. And below that, it has a rocky mantle and probably a metallic core, much like the Earth. So how do we know there's an ocean when we really haven't visited it? It's covered with this frozen crust. We can't sample down there. The way we can tell, the strongest evidence for this, is from the magnetic field. So Jupiter has this really, really strong magnetic field. It's 20,000 times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field, which we use all the time with the compasses and GPS. And that really strong magnetic field actually induces a separate magnetic field in Europa as Europa passes through the field lines of Jupiter. So the Galileo spacecraft was able to measure the strength and orientation of that magnetic field and see that it was changing with the orbit. And how do you induce a magnetic field in a body like this? There has to be some sort of flowing conductor, some sort of conducting liquid. And the best explanation for something like that is a salty ocean. So we know that there's a salty ocean under there. We don't necessarily know how thick it is, but we know it's there, we know it's global. Now, how do you maintain this much liquid water out at the Jupiter system? It's very cold out there. It's 5 times further away from the sun as the Earth is. It's so cold that the outer shell is completely frozen. There's never any melting of that water ice. But the unique configuration of this system allows this ocean to have formed and to have persisted for billions of years. Oops. So on the left, you'll see an animation that's exaggerated. These are both exaggerated. As Europa moves around on a slightly elliptical orbit, it's actually stretched on this tidally locked orbit so that as it moves closer and further away, that tidal force on it actually changes on a 3.5-day cycle. From the perspective of Europa itself, it's getting constantly squished. Again, this is an exaggeration. It's just a little bit of squishing, but it's enough to cause friction in that rocky interior, and that frictional heating is enough to maintain this ocean over billions of years. So not only is there a lot of water there, we think there's probably even more than there is on the Earth. If you take all of the Earth's oceans and you added them together, the amount of water on Europa is maybe as much as twice that. This is one of the questions we want to answer, exactly how much water is there. But there are a lot of similarities between Earth and Europa that you might not have expected. Europa is much smaller. It's about the size of our own moon, a little bit smaller than that. But it has maybe twice as much water in the form of a liquid saltwater ocean beneath the surface. The structure, we know there's an ice crust at the surface over that liquid ocean in contact with a rocky seafloor, much like on the Earth. And why are we so concerned with water? Well, everywhere that we find water on the Earth, we find life. So this is probably one of the best places in the solar system to look for life other than the Earth. The result of that structure with the icy crust over the liquid water ocean is that it has some really unique geology that we don't see anywhere else in the solar system. So it's got this really fascinating surface. Even though it's very, very smooth at the large scale, there are a lot of variations when you zoom in up close. It's kind of got this like ball of string appearance, you might notice, and that is caused by these long, long ridges, cracks that have parallel ridges on either side, maybe something like a spreading center. These are thousands of kilometers long. They can be straight to slightly curving, and they're overlapping, so we can see generations of these having formed. There are a few craters, even though this is a fairly smooth, fairly young surface, geologically young surface. There are a few impact craters. This is an impact crater named Puil. and it has kicked up fresh material that has not been radiation processed like everything else on the surface. That's what these really bright rays of ejecta are. There are things called lenticulae, which basically just means spots, because we don't really know what they are. Some of them are domed upward, some of them are pits, and some of them actually have compositional differences. If you can see, some of them look darker in this stretched image. So it might be that these involve some sort of liquid water interacting with the surface and transporting materials. There's some areas of terrain that is just all jumbled up and messed up and confused, and so scientists creatively called it chaos terrain. This looks like the pre-existing surface has broken up. These blocks have moved around, they've rotated, they've tilted, and then been frozen back together by this fine-grained matrix. And you can see too, when we stretch these images to get out the color differences, you can see that there are some really interesting materials here. So we think that these might be some of the freshest and youngest surfaces on Europa. This is a specific chaos terrain called Connemara chaos, and you can see these blocks that have been broken apart and tilted. You can see some of these ridges that are pre-existing and some that came after. So we can kind of piece together these geologic histories where we have data that's good enough, which is not too many places yet. This is an artist's conception of one hypothesis for how chaos terrain forms. If there is heat coming from below, it's possible that that icy shell is actually partially molten or maybe just made of like squishy ice. And you could actually get convection within that ice shell, bringing heat up from the bottom that could then melt part of that ice. And you could end up with a kind of a stranded pond of brine beneath the surface. And maybe that kind of pokes through and allows these chaos terrains to form where the blocks break apart and fall in. So this is really interesting because if liquid water is that close to the surface, we really want to see what's in there. This could represent one of the habitable environments that we're really searching for, that we would be excited to find. So this is kind of a cross-section of Europa's crust with some of the processes we think might be going on. You could have warmer flowing ice, moving heat and materials and nutrients around. And the upper layer of cold, stiff ice is occasionally penetrated by either these warm pockets or maybe by cracks that allow material to flow upward, maybe even from the ocean itself to the surface. And this is a really, really exciting, if it's true, it's really exciting to think about this warm, briny ocean water mixing with radiation processed organics that are deposited on the surface. And what that means for the chemistry and the habitability is really exciting. About a decade ago, there was a discovery by the Hubble Space Telescope, and I think the James Webb Space Telescope has more recently seen similar things, indicating that there are ejections of water and maybe other volatiles being spit out of Europa. One possibility for that is that these are actually active plumes, again, of water, either from one of these ponded lakes beneath the surface or maybe from the ocean itself. On the left, you see the actual Hubble data from 2012, I believe, and on the right, you see the artist's conception of what one of these putative plumes might look like. I like to joke that this is kind of like reality and social media. So, you know, you kind of want to take it with a grain of salt whenever it says artist conception. But if these plumes are real, this is super exciting. You might have also heard of plumes at Enceladus. We have more data there from the Cassini spacecraft. But they're really interesting if we were able to use them to actually sample part of the subsurface ocean. That would be a really exciting opportunity. So here's kind of a schematic of all the different kinds of geologic processes we hypothesize might be going on in the crust and interior of Europa and how that affects the surface geology that we can observe. We might have warm ductile ice flowing through this cold outer layer. We might have melt lenses, freezing reservoir. We could have cryolava where water ice is melted, comes up and erupts just like rock lava does in the inner solar system. We have these cycloidal cracks that could represent tectonic activity. We have bands and ridges. And of course, we have a few impact craters where this material is further mixed together. So why are we so excited about this warm ocean? Let's take a step back. This is a video from Earth. This is not Europa. This is at one of the mid-ocean ridge hydrothermal vents. So these are places in the deep, deep ocean. I think this one is the Marianas Trench, where magma is actually very close to the surface, and that heats up the water there to the point where it creates these black smokers. And before we were able to take videos like this down there, people thought it was impossible for life to survive down there. Well, it turns out it's crawling with life and complex life, right? We see things like clams and shrimp and all kinds of fascinating creatures. So what they're feeding on is they're feeding on the chemical energy. There's no sunlight down there. This is so deep below the Earth's ocean that there's no light energy. So they're feeding on that chemical energy, and they're just thriving down there. So if we have all the same conditions as this on Europa, and there isn't life there, then there's something about life we really don't understand, because we do think that the depths of Europa should look a lot like that. So to summarize all this evidence for why we want to go to Europa, we think it has all the ingredients necessary for life as we know it. It has more water than all of the Earth's oceans combined. It's got these essential elements, both from the original formation of the body and also from impacts. Meteoroids and comets are constantly bombarding Europa, and they're bringing in organics. They're bringing in these essential elements like carbon and nitrogen and oxygen. It also has chemical energy. Even though the sunlight can't reach down into that ocean, it's got hydrothermal, perhaps, systems. It's got radiation bombarding from above, and that chemical energy can set up an imbalance that life can feed off of. And then finally, it's got stability. We think that this system has been existing in a form much like this for 4 billion years. So this soup of really delicious ingredients for life has been just kind of simmering for a really long time. So again, if there's not life there, there's something really fundamental about life that we do not understand. So in order to investigate this fascinating target, we built the Europa Clipper spacecraft. And I'm going to show you lots of different views of it. Some of the big features that you can see in this view are the solar panels. These are the biggest solar panels ever built for a planetary mission because, again, we're very far away from the sun, not a lot of light, and we need a lot of power to do all this science. We don't have nuclear power. We're fully dependent on solar. You can see there's a magnetic boom. That's one of our instruments that's going to tell us more about that subsurface ocean. And the high-gain antenna is the disk you see on top that's going to send all of this data back to Earth. So I mentioned this is a really big spacecraft. Here are some things for scale. This is the SLS rocket, the Statue of Liberty, 6 stacked school buses. I think the previous speaker also has some school buses, so I thought this was apt. The SpaceX Falcon Heavy, enormous rocket, actually the rocket that launched us last October. And there's Europa Clipper once all of the solar panels and all of the instruments are deployed. It's about 100 feet across from tip to tip, about the size of a basketball court, I think probably about the size of this auditorium. So it's just enormous in person. And to give you a sense of kind of the human scale, it's so big that it could not be fully deployed and tested in any existing clean room on the Earth. So these are the solar panels being tested at Kennedy Space Center. Again, they're so big that they couldn't unfold everything at once, so they had to kind of unfold one and then fold it up and unfold the other one. These are humans for scale to give you a sense of that just enormous scale that we're dealing with here. So we also designed the science of the mission. We spent a long time refining this and coming up with what we want to investigate to really get at that possibility of habitable environments on this body. We're going to study the ice shell in the ocean. We're going to answer questions like how thick is that ice shell? How deep is the ocean? What kinds of salts and organic materials are dissolved in that ocean? We're going to look at the composition of the surface. Again, what kind of materials might be coming up from the ocean, what are being deposited from external sources. The geology, I showed you a few of these really fascinating geologic features. We don't really understand how any of those form. We have a lot of ideas for different mechanisms and formation processes, but we really want to understand those better so that we can understand, is the subsurface really in contact with that ocean? How much melt is present? And how much activity is going on today? Are there plumes going on today? If there are, we're going to see them. We might even be able to fly through one and sample it and see what that material is. And then finally, we want to look to the future. We want to do reconnaissance. Hopefully, sometime, we will be able to go back to Europa after this mission and maybe land on the surface, maybe drill or melt down to that ocean or to a melt pocket, take samples and study them in more detail. But in order to do that, we really need to understand what that surface is like. We need to understand, can we land on it? Are we gonna just sink into it? Is it full of like nasty spikes of ice that would make landing on it really, really difficult? We want to understand what kind of lander we would have to build and find the places that are safe and the most conducive for the best science to land. So to do all this, we have a suite of 10 different scientific investigations. The remote sensing instruments are going to study Europa from the UV to the visible. We have an IR spectrometer that's going to do that compositional study that I mentioned. We have a thermal imager called eThemis that's going to look for hot spots and help us understand the thermophysical properties of that icy regolith. We have an ice-penetrating radar called Reason, which will look inside that ice shell as well as give us topography and roughness measurements. And then we have in situ instruments that are actually going to sample materials around Europa. MassSpecs is a mass spectrometer that's going to look at all the materials in the atmosphere around Europa. It's a very thin atmosphere, but there is some material there. SUDA is a dust analyzer that's going to measure the dust particles that are kicked up all the time by micrometeorite bombardment. We have, I mentioned our Europa Clipper magnetometer, which is going to help us understand the nature of that subsurface ocean. And then we have PIMS, which is going to study the plasma environment around Europa. And then we use our radios. We use our high gain antenna and all the other antennas in concert to study the gravity field around this body to help us understand the interior structure. How big is the core? What is the moment of inertia? And what do we think that interior structure is? This is a video showing you where all of these instruments are mounted on the spacecraft. And the first thing you'll notice is that they're all really close to each other. In fact, all of these remote sensing instruments are co-located, they're co-aligned on purpose so that they can all work in concert with each other. This took a lot of work because there's a lot of complicated technology here, but what we want is we want all the instruments to be able to be pointing toward the same point on the surface, to use data together so that we can combine that data and really get more than the sum of its parts. So I mentioned that really strong magnetic field. This was a real challenge when we were designing the technology of this mission. This is a really punishing environment that it would just fry most electronics after one flyby. So we really can't stay near Europa for too long. And that's the reason we designed this mission. Instead of an orbiter around Europa, it's actually orbiting Jupiter and doing multiple flybys of the moon Europa. So we kind of swing by Europa, and you get this instantaneous radiation dose right when we're doing our closest approach, and then we come back out and kind of recover in the petal of this orbit, send all the data back to Earth, and then do it again every 2 weeks for about 50 flybys. And even though that instantaneous radiation dosage goes away when we go back out very far into the apoapse, the total radiation dosage you can see is continuously increasing with each flyby. So that is just unavoidable radiation damage that we are expecting. You know, they shielded everything they could possibly shield. We have a vault where all the sensitive electronics are behind layers of metal to shield it from radiation. But some of it is just unavoidable. Like the solar panels are going to have some radiation damage after 3 years. And so we just have to design them to still give us enough power at the end of the mission. and have a little bit extra at the beginning. So what is this going to look like when we actually do our flybys? Here's Europa passing in front of Jupiter. If we ever get an image like this, it'll be absolutely amazing. Here's our little spacecraft flying over the surface. When we do come in on these closest approaches, some of them are really close to the surface. The closest ones are about 15 miles above the surface, and we're going at about 10,000 miles per hour. Just screaming across the surface with every instrument taking as much data as it possibly can. Before we fly back out and get that back to Earth. So what we do is we have this carefully designed trajectory of all these flybys, and over time we build up a web of coverage around the moon. This is 50, I think it's actually 49 flybys, and it covers every hemisphere, covers the Jovian, the subjovian, and the anti-Jovian hemispheres. We have a lot at the equator, but we also try to get some up at the poles, so that we're really getting not just the close-up data when we do these really close flybys, but we're getting regional and global coverage of this moon while still minimizing how much time we're in that really harsh radiation environment. So here's our mission timeline. Our launch date was October of last year. We did a Mars flyby just last month, and then we're going to swing back around and actually do an Earth flyby in December 2026. So you'll probably hear about it on the news. We'll all wave, and we'll see Clipper for the last time, maybe in some telescopes. Maybe you all will see it. And then we finally get to the outer solar system in April of 2030, so about 5 years from now to the date. It takes a really long time to get out there, but I tell myself, you know, other missions have taken a lot longer. Cassini and Galileo and New Horizons have taken, you know, a decade or more to get to the outer solar system. So we have to be a little bit patient, and in the meantime, we find other things to keep ourselves busy. So we did launch. We had a successful launch. Check it off. We did our Mars flyby, and I'm going to show you, and this is, again, an animation of what that look like. We don't actually have another spacecraft to take this video. And because most of these instruments and subsystems, they were designed to work at Europa, so they're designed to work very cold. Mars is relatively hot, so not all of the subsystems are operational during this flyby, but we were able to use it to test both our radar system and our thermal imager. Those data are going to take a while to come down, maybe another month before we actually get to see the data, but the telemetry has told us that so far so good. Everything seemed to work well. The radar system, it's going to be particularly exciting to see those data because it's the first time the whole radar system had a chance to work together in concert. There's all these really long antennas, really long wavelengths. There's just no place that's big enough and also magnetically, electronically clean enough to test this whole subsystem. So this Mars flyby is really the first opportunity to test everything on that radar system. So I want to talk about something a little bit different. This is our vault plate. And this is essentially our version of Voyager's golden record. It's a flat sheet of tantalum metal that has been etched with various things that have in common the element of water and humanity. So we want to memorialize this human touch that humans built this and thought of it and sent it out into the cosmos. And this is kind of our message as to why we're doing this, and also a reminder to ourselves of why we're doing it. On the outer side, which is the upper one here, there are waveforms of over 100 different languages, the word water in each language, and each waveform is a little bit different. And you can go on the website and you can see all the waveforms and also hear the words for water in all these different languages. It's a great multimedia experience. We tried to come up with a visual that represents that sound of human voices. And then on the inside, there's a number of different things. There is a hand-drawn portrait of Ron Greeley, who is one of the kind of founding fathers of planetary geology, a very important person for a lot of people on the team. There's a version of the Drake equation. Some of you might have heard of this. It's an astronomer named Frank Drake came up with this equation trying to quantify the odds of finding intelligent life elsewhere in the universe. And that's actually in his own handwriting, etched on that plate. We have our own message in a bottle, where there's a microchip in that bottle that has the names of 2.6 million Earthlings. Maybe some of you in this room, definitely my name, my son's name, a lot of people I know are on there. And those names are etched on there, not just like bits, not ones and zeros, but etched on there in tiny little letters. So those are all gonna go to Europa together. There are waveform representations for hydrogen and hydroxyl, which some of you probably have heard of the water hole, where these wavelengths are actually have very little interference, very little noise, and so people have postulated that these might be the wavelengths that are most useful for interstellar communication. And it also, OH and H together make water. So again, we're back to that theme of water. And then finally, there's a poem written by Ada Limon, who is the U.S. Poet Laureate. And we asked her to write a poem about this mission. And it's absolutely beautiful and touching, and it really, I think, helps to kind of put into words some of the feelings that us scientists don't know how to put into words about how beautiful and mysterious the universe is and the mysteries that we want to solve when we get to Europa. So I'm going to play a little animation, and this is the poem read aloud in Ada Limon's own voice.
In Praise of Mystery, a poem for Europa. Arching under the night sky, inky with black expansiveness, we point to the planets we know. We pin quick wishes on stars. From Earth, we read the sky as if it is an unerring book of the universe, expert and evident. Still, there are mysteries below our sky. The whale song, the songbird singing its call in the bough of a wind-shaken tree. We are creatures of constant awe, curious at beauty, at leaf and blossom, at grief and pleasure, sun and shadow. And it is not darkness that unites us, not the cold distance of space, but the offering of water. Each drop of rain, each rivulet, each pulse, each vein. Oh, second moon, we too are made of water, of vast and beckoning seas. We too are made of wonders, of great and ordinary loves, of small invisible worlds, of a need to call out through the dark.
So I just love that poem. There's also a children's book made of it if people are interested. And so that poem is one of the many ways that we've been reaching out to people, the public, and also amateur enthusiasts like yourselves, to kind of bring everyone along with us on this mission. There are 5 more years till we get there, but we put new stuff on the website all the time, so please do check it out. There's an interactive spacecraft model that I think is really cool. You could like spin it around and see where all the instruments are. There's an augmented reality experience as well as activities for children. And of course we are on social media, and we try to post, appropriate social media things and not just all the fake stuff. So I want to end with one thought that is unfortunately kind of topical. Europa Clipper is an example of the kind of awe-inspiring innovation and exploration that we can do as humans when many of us work together. But that kind of big endeavor is only possible with public funding. So this is a completely federally funded project. Again, I mentioned it's touched 4,000 people have been employed on this project and helped on it. And that kind of vast and fairly, frankly, kind of risky project The government is really the only entity that is in a place where it can invest the resources to do this kind of big, life-changing, generational science. So the goal of the Europa Clipper mission, and really the goal of all of science, is to increase knowledge for the benefit of all of humanity, not for profit. So I want to end by thanking the American people and all of you for supporting NASA, for believing in us, for believing in this mission and others like it. And I can't wait to see what we discover at Europa in 2030. Thank you. I think we have plenty of time for questions. Yes.
Aside from the plumes that you just mentioned, there's been some controversy in the scientific community in terms of the degree to which the Europa Ocean is isolated from the surface. I was wondering if you'd comment on that.
Yeah, so the question was, I don't know if it's controversy as much as just we don't know how much the ocean is in contact with the surface. That's exactly one of the questions we want to answer. You know, we have evidence that there are some of these geologic landforms look like they have different compositions. How does that happen unless stuff might be coming up from below, right? We have evidence of these possible plumes. That would be very direct communication between the surface and the ocean. But that kind of exchange and understanding those processes are exactly what we want to figure out. Yes?
So what exactly would you look for when you're trying to figure out if it's actually water that's under the surface? Is there specific measurements that you're taking or specific which instruments on the spacecraft are going to take data that you're going to look at and say, oh yeah, this got to be water, or oh yeah, there's got to be some life there. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so the question was, what are the specific measurements and instruments that are going to help answer questions like, what's the nature of this ocean? Is it really there? Is there life there? I should be clear, this is not a life detection mission. If there's something like really big right on the surface, we'll see it, like if there are elephants down there or something. But I don't think that's what it's going to look like. Really what we're looking for is it habitable? And habitability, you know, the scientists who specialize in this, they've made it clear to me and others that it's not really a yes or no answer too, right? It's not like, is it habitable or not? It's also like, what's the chemistry? Like, how harsh is it? What are the temperatures that could exist down there, and what are the materials? So it's this complicated question, and all of the instruments are actually going to contribute to this. Specifically about the ocean, so the gravity experiment is going to tell us about that interior structure, and the magnetic, the ECM, the magnetic instrument, the magnetometer, is going to tell us about the ocean as well. The ice-penetrating radar will be able to detect if there are lenses of melt there within the ice crust. Really all the instruments together are working to tell us how this whole system works and get at those questions. Mm-hmm. Yes?
On the low passes over in Europa, what is the best resolution you're going to achieve, expect?
Yes, the question was on these really low close approach passes, what's the best resolution we're going to get? So the imaging system, I'm a little biased because I worked on the imaging system for a while, but it's a really cool pair of cameras. One is very, very high resolution, up close. It'll get little tiny stamps at the surface. The other one is a wide angle camera that will get global and regional views. Both of them have color and stereo. So we're going to get really comprehensive data. That highest resolution stuff is down to about 1 meter per pixel. And the stereo data will be slightly lower than that, maybe 2 meters per pixel, but that means we'll have 2 meters per pixel topography of this surface, which is just amazing. Yes?
After the Clipper is done with its flybys, what will happen? Will it stop working because of the radiation?
So the question was, after Clipper's done with all these flybys, what will happen to it? And then what was the last part? Will it stop working? Yeah. So I talked about the radiation a lot, right? It's kind of hard to predict that. It's just kind of a stochastic process. Things might stop working. We're always hopeful that we might get an extended mission, but that depends on things like budgets and how much damage there is and what's still working. Eventually, we have a plan to crash it into Ganymede. We don't want to crash it into Europa because even though this spacecraft is really, really clean, it's not clean enough. We don't want to possibly contaminate a site where there might be some form of life. We don't ever want to, get there in a couple generations and say, oh my God, there's life, and not be sure if we brought it there, right? So we don't want to crash it into Europa. We're going to crash it into Ganymede. There's another spacecraft coming from the European Space Agency, JUICE, at the same time, and they have about the same kind of lifespan, so we might be able to coordinate observations with them, and maybe even that end of mission might be coordinated with them. Yes?
What's the purpose of crashing into Ganymede? Doesn't that also have water underneath the surface too, Ganymede?
What about Ganymede?
You're going to crash a spacecraft into it. Does it have water underneath it as well?
Yes, so the question is, does Ganymede also have water beneath it? And no, we don't think so. We think Ganymede is solid. It's further out, it's colder, it doesn't have as much tidal heating, and we don't see those magnetic signatures that would indicate an ocean.
So by crashing into the moon, you're going to learn something from it?
Well, we might make a really cool crater. This is actually an experiment that we've done on Mars. We've sent hardware to Mars and all these extra pieces. Sadly, some of the missions that didn't work out also made craters, but even the successful missions have things like ballast masses and heat shields, and those make craters. And that's a really interesting cratering experiment in and of itself. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to not try to overwhelm you with 3 questions. Okay, now you partially answered this already, but I'm going to go into it a little bit. So, first question. As it passes through, hopefully, some of these plumes, to what extent is the first question again, will it be able to sniff out, let's say, the various chemicals? And then 2, is there any way that it'll actually be able to obtain samples and examine them, let's say, microscopic or chemical? And then 3rd, and this is a provocative question, why is there not specific instrumentation in order to determine whether, after traveling 5 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun, they actually found something that's alive? Why would they not have that?
Okay, so let me try to answer all 3 questions in order. The first one was, I think, which instruments and what kind of measurements would we be able to make if we fly through plumes, right? So, yeah, so if there are plumes there and if we can fly through one, we have a suite of all those in situ instruments will be come into play. We have a dust analyzer that's going to look at solid particles, their size distribution, their velocities. There's a mass spectrometer called mass specs that's going to take a sample of that plume material and actually figure out what it's made of. So yeah, we're definitely going to sniff that plume if we can.
Okay.
And then,
is there any kind of microscope to examine it in fine detail, let's say optics?
there's no visual light microscope, no.
Okay, and then the provocative question, why would they not have the instrumentation to very specifically analyze whether there are any life processes in any of the material they gather?
Yeah, so the question is why aren't we a life detection mission? Am I getting that right? Yeah. So I think that's a complicated answer. I think yesterday Sarah Seeger talked about even when you have a measurement that seems to indicate life, there's a lot of questions about it. So it's actually a really hard thing to do. One of the ways that we think we might be able to do it eventually is to land on the surface, to dig up material that hasn't been radiation processed, because that radiation is going to kill anything on the surface. So you really got to dig it up. And in order to do that, we have to know what the surface is like first. So this is kind of the first step toward that, but it's something that's really hard to do remotely. And there was a third question?
Well, that was the one. Again, water bears can take a great deal of this kind of radiation and even lack of oxygen and so forth, and literally survive as spacecraft are orbiting the Earth, without all that much shielding.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear you, but I do wonder to what extent this is really more of a political question.
I don't think it's political. I think it's just a hard and expensive thing to do, and we're taking steps towards that as best we can. So, yes.
Do you and your fellow scientists have like a wish list of things that you
Yeah, I mean, ask any scientist, and they have some crazy wish list. Sorry, the question was, do you have a wish list of things you hope to find? And yeah, I mean, a lot of us are really looking for that kind of, yes, this is definitely habitable kind of evidence, like that the chemistry makes sense, that the energy sources are all correct. Me personally, I really like the geology. I love the craters. I would love to find changes in that surface that have occurred since Galileo was there. You know, that's 20, 30 years. We might see like actual active geologic processes that would help us understand what this icy geology is like. Sorry, I can't see who's talking. Okay. Oh, yes. It's just. Yeah, so the question was why are we doing these multiple flybys instead of being at a Lagrange point, right? And you'll have to ask the trajectory engineers that, but I think the thing is, even if you're at a Lagrange point, you're still bathed in this radiation if you're nearby. It's just really bad everywhere in there. And so what we do is we dip into it and get out as fast as possible. Yeah. Yes. So the question was, what kind of chemical signatures might we be able to detect that would indicate it would be hospitable for life, right? So we're going to look at a couple different things. We're going to be able to constrain the salinity and the pH of that ocean. So if we find something that's so saline or so acidic that no form of life that we know of could survive, that kind of helps answer that question. In reality, life on Earth can survive lots of different environments, both radiation and saline and acidic and basic. So there's kind of a range of answers to that, to what might be considered a habitable environment based on that. We're also going to get at the composition on the surface. So we're going to look at the materials that are being deposited there from bombardment. Io actually spits off a lot of material. Some of that might be landing on Europa, and we'll be able to look at that and figure out where it came from. Yes?
Yeah, I was wondering, how much does that weigh? And what's the ratio of fuel to weight to get that all the way up there?
So the question was, how much does it weigh and how much of that is fuel? I don't have those numbers offhand, but most of it's fuel when we launch, because it takes a lot of fuel to get there. And I can look them up and get to you later, though. Okay. Any more questions, or are we good? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant, because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Sky's Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south-central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the astronomy enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
Let's travel the world. Let's go. Let's travel the world. We got today. Don't wait for tomorrow. You pick the place. Let's go. Let's travel the world.
You can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar alignment calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from, and the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select already done, as we've already installed the solar filter and leveled the tripod. The dwarf will automatically center the sun a bit more and start tracking, so now you can autofocus and start taking some incredible photos of the solar surface.
I want to talk to you for a minute about this new telescope I have. This is the Dwarf 3 from Dwarf Labs. I've had it for 30 days and I'm already overwhelmed with the power of this thing, its potential. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun with it. This is a combination camera telescope that work together. You connect it to your phone or to your tablet. You determine what object you want to point it at. Telescope does all that work for you, and it starts taking photographs of those objects, and it collects light over a long period of time to develop spectacular images of these deep space objects. The same objects that we had so much trouble seeing with these scopes are just breathtaking with the images that the Dwarf 3 can capture for you. At the end of the night, end of your session, you take your telescope in, connect it to your desktop or to your laptop, and you download those images, and they're breathtaking, just spectacular images. I've only had it, as I said, for a month, and I'm unbelievably rewarded with the first images that came up. That first night, the Andromeda Galaxy was just breathtaking. I'm having a lot of fun. I encourage you to think about it. It's a great tool, a tremendous amount of fun, easy to use, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Give it a try. Thanks.
Il me semble que ce matin le soleil est un peu moins brillant.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the hardest working MC in the cosmos, Vincent Coulihan.
Lastly, I want a big thanks to Ed Siemens and his team for actually putting together this program for us to make it happen for you and your enjoyment. So thank you very much, Ed, and your team. So our keynote speaker today he's a retired NASA astronaut. He's a retired naval aviator captain. He's flown on F-4, F-14s, and F-18 aircraft. He's flown off of 5 aircraft carriers. He's also an avid racer in the Reno Air Show. But most importantly, he is a really good person, and he has a lot to offer us today in his talk. He has flown on 5 space shuttle missions, and to share his story with you today, I'd like a big warm welcome to Robert Hoot Gibson, retired captain, retired astronaut.
Great. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. This is my first time attending the Northeast Astro Forum, so thank you for inviting me. I got asked just a few days ago, a week ago, what's the title of your presentation? I said, well, I don't know. Usually it's just a presentation. So I got to thinking and I said, okay, well, maybe I'll call it Piper Cubs to Mach 25. And so I'm going to show, they didn't tell me what to talk about, so I got to pick whatever I felt like talking about. So brace yourselves. Here comes. Well, I got to do this. I got to fly space shuttles, and this was a photo we took on my last mission over the Black Sea. To the right side of the picture is Europe, and to the left side of the picture is Asia. And the Crimean Peninsula, which has been in the news very much lately, is on the right side in that picture. Well, how did I get there? Well, Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad were both pilots, which is how they met. And this was a little unusual. My mother, in the year 1943, and 2 of her girlfriends from college decided they were going to learn how to fly. And if you're going to learn how to fly, you got to have an airplane. So the 3 of them went out and bought this airplane, which is a J-2 Taylor Cub. So this is not Dad's airplane. This is Mom's airplane that's in the picture. And that's how she met my dad. So I've grown up with flying, and I have lots of pictures like this one of my biggie brother and I playing on the airport at Cooperstown, New York, which is where I was born. And I have, like I say, I have lots of photos similar to this one. And my earliest recollection of flying with my dad was in a Piper Cub when I was 5 years old. And my dad was letting me fly the airplane, and then when we got close to landing, he said, okay, let me fly it now. And I was bummed because I still wanted to fly it some more. So right in the final flare, about to touch down, I got on the controls and started moving the control stick. I got a big chewing out from both Mom and Dad. When somebody else is flying, you don't touch the controls. So that's the Piper Cub part. Okay, so we're going to do Piper Cubs to Mach 25. You probably all know that when an airplane goes supersonic, it creates a shock wave. So this is an F-18 creating a shock wave at about Mach 1.5, 1.5 times the speed of sound. And here's what a space shuttle did for a shock wave. This is a wind tunnel model of a space shuttle at Mach 25, 25 times the speed of sound, which is how fast we're going when we hit Earth's atmosphere coming back into land. And we heat that outside air up to 6,000 degrees in the shock wave that wraps around us. So that's a Mach 25 shock wave. Here's a Cessna shock wave. Somebody sent me this picture, and it's kind of a cute picture of a Cessna 150 going supersonic, which I don't think has actually happened. Well, My dad was my hero, and he was my inspiration. He was an aeronautical engineer and a test pilot, and I knew from the time I was about 10 years old, I want to be my dad. I want to be an aeronautical engineer and a test pilot. So I graduated in aeronautical engineering, joined the Navy, went through pilot training, and I must have done very well because I was awarded my very first choice for airplanes that I wanted to fly, and that's F-4 Phantoms out of Miramar in San Diego. And so that was what I flew first, and my first combat cruise was in the F-4 Phantom. And flying from an aircraft carrier is really exciting because you go from this position to this position in about 4.5 seconds. And when you get to this position, you're 175 miles an hour. There's not a Corvette on earth that'll touch it. So it really is exciting flying from an aircraft carrier. I must have done well in my squadron because they selected me to go to the Naval Fighter Weapons School, more commonly known as Top Gun. And that was like a graduate course in fighter tactics, air-to-air missiles, radar systems. And it was really exciting. It's a month-long course. My first dogfight in Top Gun was against the Navy's MiG ace, who had just shot down his 5th MiG in Vietnam. And I just knew he was gonna beat me up really bad. And I couldn't believe it. I fought him to a draw. And to me, that was a huge victory. But while I was there at Top Gun, I have to tell you, there wasn't anybody that looked anything like Kelly McGillis. Which is only fair, because none of us were as good looking as Tom Cruise either. So speaking of Tom Cruise, this is the airplane that Tom Cruise was flying in the original Top Gun movie, the F-14 Tomcat. This is my Tomcat. After flying the F-4 Phantom, I was in the Navy's first F-14 Tomcat squadron, and this is my airplane. You can just kind of barely see it says Lieutenant Bob Gibson up there on the front cockpit. They wouldn't let me put Hoot. They wouldn't let me put Lieutenant Hoot Gibson. And I said, why not? Because I've gone by Hoot for several years before I went into the F-14s. And they said, no nicknames. I said, well, what's Bob? Isn't Bob a nickname for... They said, it doesn't matter. You're not putting Hoot on the airplane, so just forget about it. So I had Lieutenant Bob Gibson on my airplane. The Tomcat was such a big advance in fighters, jet fighters, over the F-4 Phantom even. And at the time, the F-4 Phantom had been the world's best all-around fighter. But it had, oh golly, much more sophisticated radar and weapon system. It had a swing wing, which in this picture, the wing is swept all the way forward, and we could hydraulically sweep the wings aft, like in this picture, and it made it a more efficient supersonic airplane. And both the F-4 Phantom and the Tomcat could do 2.4 times the speed of sound, Mach 2.4. And the F-14 Tomcat with the wings swept aft like this really looked cool. I used to joke and say it didn't do anything, but it made the airplane sure look cool. But no, it actually did. It helped us supersonically. Well, after attending the Navy's test pilot school, I got to fly this Russian MiG-21. And what a hot rod this thing is. It is one of the original lightweight fighters. Half of the fuselage, half of the body of that airplane is engine. So it really had a lot of power, a lot of thrust. Really an exciting airplane. I flew it in air shows for about 6 or 7 years, and it was really a lot of fun to fly. Well, and then I got to fly this. This was pretty exciting too. And you know, when you'd see pictures, I don't know if any of you have actually been there for a shuttle launch, which it's been a while now since we've launched any shuttles, but you watched it lift off. It looked so slow and majestic when it lifted off. That's because it's so big. It wasn't slow and majestic. By the time our tail would get to the top of this tower, we're over 100 miles an hour. So once again, there's not a Corvette on earth that'll touch it. We would go from standing still on the launch pad to 17,500 miles an hour in 8.5 minutes. That's better than 2,000 miles an hour per minute. So really an exciting ride. On my first mission, this was my first mission, it was aboard the Challenger. We launched 2 commercial communication satellites, but the thing we will really be remembered for was this: the world's first untethered spacewalk. And this is a picture of Bruce McCandless. He's flying a rocket backpack. He's going to use it to fly pretty far away from the shuttle. And I get asked all the time, Hoot, did you ever get to go outside and do a spacewalk? And I say, no. As a pilot astronaut, I am far too valuable to risk me outside. We've got lots of mission specialists. We could send them all out there, and if none of them come back, who cares? You know? Okay. I'm kidding. We would care a lot. But this I watched happening, and I said, oh man, I would love to do that, but I would much rather be a pilot astronaut because I got to be a mission commander 4 times. So they used the rocket pack to fly pretty far away. And you'll notice he's not tethered. Now, we had a procedure that we worked out in the simulator. If he would run out of propellant, or if he had an electrical malfunction in his rocket pack and he couldn't maneuver back, we could fly Challenger over to him to pick him up if he offers us enough money. And of course, nothing like that ever happened. We had developed a crew rescue procedure in the simulator. We didn't get to use it on a spacewalking astronaut because that system just worked beautifully. But at one point, one of those clumsy boys who was out in the cargo bay kicked loose a foot platform, and it was floating away. It was just an aluminum platform. It probably cost $250,000. So the commander, Vance Brand, said, we're going to go rescue it. We're going to go get it. So we powered up the procedure, turned on the big thrusters, maneuvered over, brought the thing into the cargo bay. Bruce McCandless reached out and grabbed it. So we got to rescue a foot platform. So the procedure worked. Well, I was up for 8 days on that mission. We came back and made the very first landing back at Cape Canaveral. If you've ever seen the IMAX movie, The Dream is Alive, that starts off with my first landing. And I was the co-pilot, so I was making all the intercom calls about 200 feet, 100 feet, 50 feet, airspeeds, things like that. So that's in the very beginning of the IMAX movie, The Dream is Alive. Well, not even 2 years later, I'm going back to space again, this time as the mission commander. We had a really interesting person on the crew. Well, they were all really interesting, really. But we had one of the members of this crew who looks like a politician, has sort of a politician-looking smile. Right away, we can identify United States Congressman Bill Nelson. And he got to go to space with us because he was the chairman of the House Subcommittee on Space. So NASA invited Senator Jake Garn, the chairman of the Senate Subcommittee, and Bill Nelson, chairman of the House Subcommittee, to go to space so that they could be more informed about what happens. Well, we had a lot of trouble getting to space. We climbed into the Space Shuttle Columbia 5 times before we finally launched. We were snake bit from the very beginning. We had anomalies, we had weather, we had all kinds of things go wrong. It was such a relief when finally on January the 12th, 1986, we actually got to lift off. So we tried, like I say, we tried 5 times before we got to go. And in this picture, it looks like we're going down, doesn't it? We are not going down at any point in the launch. We have gained enough altitude now to get above the thick part of Earth's atmosphere, and now we're following the curvature of the Earth, accelerating to that speed of 17,500 miles an hour, which is how fast we need to be in an orbit around the Earth. Well, we launched a communications satellite, and here's all the astronomy I was going to talk to us about. I know we're the Astro Forum, but here's all the astronomy I know. My navigation star was Bellatrix in Orion the Hunter. And so even I can find Bellatrix. And I had to do a calibration of an optical alignment site that we had on board Columbia. And the mission control guys knew that I wasn't the sharpest on the constellations, but they said, okay, Hoot, we're going to give you Bellatrix for your navigation star. So I was able to do it using Bellatrix. Well, We had a hard time getting to space. We had a hard time getting back. We tried to come home on the 4th day of the mission, and the weather was no good at Cape Canaveral. We tried again on the 5th day of the mission. The weather was still no good. They waved us off another whole day, and we tried again on the 6th day, and the weather at Cape Canaveral was still socked in. And they said, guys, take it one more orbit around the Earth and bring it down into Edwards Air Force Base in California. So my first landing as mission commander was an unplanned night landing. And it was only the second time that we had done a night landing. And actually, I could see that this might happen. If we didn't land at Cape Canaveral, which would happen right at sunrise, no matter which day it was, if we didn't come into Cape Canaveral, any other landing opportunity we had was going to be a night landing. So my co-pilot and I did most all of our landing training at night, because you can certainly land it in the daytime if you can land it at night. So, you know, I make it sound really challenging and really difficult. We were much more prepared for it than what I've described. Well, that was January the 18th, 1986. 10 days later, we all watched the Challenger destroyed during launch. And the 7 astronauts were all friends of mine, and people asked me, what was that like? Well, we had just had a huge 1985. We had launched 8 missions in 1985. We had our 4th space shuttle online. The Atlantis joined the fleet. And then all of a sudden, we had killed our 7 friends, and we had shut the space program down for nearly 3 years. I worked on the investigation of the accident down at Cape Canaveral, focusing primarily on the solid rocket boosters, which you probably all know that was the cause of the accident. And since I learned so much about the solid rocket boosters, I was appointed to be the lead astronaut to the redesign team. It took us nearly 3 years to figure out what happened, why it happened, how to redesign the vehicle, how to rebuild it, and then how to certify it for flight all over again. So it took nearly 3 years, and since I had worked on those booster rockets, the chief astronaut said, okay, if you think it's really ready to launch, you go fly it. So I got assigned to be the commander of the 2nd mission when we started up again. So I commanded the 24th launch. We lost Challenger on the 25th launch, and then I commanded the 27th launch, and it was an all-military crew because it was a top-secret Department of Defense mission. And if I tell you what it was, we can't ever leave this auditorium. So all I can tell you is that we launched a major new intelligence satellite. We separated away from it, and there was a problem with it, and we had to do an unplanned re-rendezvous with it, and in conjunction with Mission Control, fix it, and then separate it away, and it went on to a completely successful career. That's as much as I'm allowed to tell about it to this day. And just coincidentally, our flight took us way up north over Russia. And so we were able to get this picture of the world's largest lake. This is Lake Baikal, way up in northern Russia, and it's the world's largest lake because from this end to this end is 400 miles long, but more importantly, it's a mile deep because it's at the junction of 2 of the Earth's tectonic plates. 20% of all the fresh water on Earth is in that one lake. 1/5 of all Earth's fresh water is in Lake Baikal. So that's why we were there. We were there to get a picture of Lake Baikal. Well, we were only up 4.5 days because after the Challenger accident, we reviewed everything all over again, and we came to the realization that, you know, we thought we were real smart and we thought we knew a whole lot of things. There were a lot of things we did not know. And so we went into minimum duration flight for the first 4 missions after we started up again. So I was only up 4.5 days. So the philosophy was get it up there, get the mission accomplished, get it back down on the ground, and now let's go over it with a fine-tooth comb and check everything real carefully. Well, this is getting boring. Just a couple years later, I got to command the 2nd launch of the Space Shuttle Endeavour, and Endeavour was the shuttle that we built to replace Challenger. So I flew that, and this was a science mission. We had the Space Lab laboratory back in the cargo bay, so that was our major payload. And we had the first professional Japanese astronaut, Dr. Mamoru Mori, on our crew. Japan paid for this whole mission. And we had more than 40 material sciences and life sciences experiments back in the Space Lab. And what we're doing in this picture, I split my crew up into the red crew and the blue crew. So while the red crew was working, the blue crew was sleeping. And then every 12 hours we'd have a shift change, and that's what we're doing in this picture. You see the high-tech way that we hold ourselves in one position? These little foot loops. That's all you need, just one foot loop. Now you have both hands free to write with. And being weightless is so wonderful, because I'd finish a page in my notebook, I just park my pen right here, flip the page, grab the pen, and continue writing. Well, you get in the habit of doing that. And one of our flights came back from space, and an astronaut named Dale Gardner, there was a big crowd waiting for us when we would arrive back in Houston. Dale Gardner was signing an autograph book, and the nice lady said, "Hey, would you sign the next page too?" So he parked his pen, and he flipped the page, and where'd it go? So you get in the habit of doing that. That actually happened. So, but being weightless is really wonderful. And in fact, when you come back and land after even 4.5 days in space, you got to fly free as a bird the whole time you were up there. You didn't climb stairs. And we'd come back, and you'd stand up against gravity, and you'd say, "Oh, golly, this gravity stuff stinks." So anyway, you really enjoyed being weightless. Well, we came back. That was 8 days for that mission, and I landed at Cape Canaveral. So at this time, I've been a mission commander 3 times. And actually, I was kind of ahead of the rest of the pilots in my class. I guess the management liked me because I got to fly early and often. And one of the really great things about being in space is the view. You never get tired, and we would keep cameras by the overhead windows, which are the biggest windows on the shuttle. We would keep cameras right there because you'd be floating past someplace like this, the delta of the Nile River, and the camera had to be right there or else you were going to miss it, because we're going 5 miles per second is how fast we're going on orbit. So we captured this on my 4th mission, and from space, the only things that look gray or silver colored are cities. So right here at the tip of the delta, this is the capital of Egypt, Cairo. This is the Suez Canal, going from the Gulf of Suez into the Mediterranean Sea. And the bright spots in the sand right here, those are the pyramids. So if you know right where to look, you can actually pick out the pyramids from space. What do you suppose this looks like at night? It looks pretty spectacular at night. And you look at this picture and you go, holy smokes, there are sure a lot of people that are living along the Nile River. There's a lot of people in the delta of the Nile River as well. And that's because we humans very much need water. So where there's lots of water, there's lots of us. And where there's not lots of water, there's not many of us. I have no clue who this is out here. But you guys sure are out there on your own. The green glow on the horizon, that's our atmosphere. And at night it takes on some of the ambient lighting, and it's what we astronauts refer to as the air glow, because it's 80 miles thick. That's how thick our atmosphere is. And of course, that's what makes it possible for us to live here on the Earth. So this is kind of pretty, but this isn't the prettiest thing we see from space. I was talking to a bunch of 5th grade classes one time, and I said, okay, the next slide I'm going to show you is the prettiest thing we see from space. And one of the kids shouted out, Las Vegas. Well, it's kind of pretty, but it's not this pretty. The aurora. And you probably all know there are 2 auroras. There's the northern lights, which we're most familiar with because we're in the northern hemisphere, the aurora borealis. But there's also the southern lights. And these are each a ring of light around the North Pole and a ring of light around the South Pole. And it happens at the top of Earth's atmosphere. And we are actually above the top of Earth's atmosphere. So we look down at the aurora. And it's just fascinating to watch. It's hard to get a decent picture of, because again, you're going 5 miles a second. And the aurora won't hold still, and we can't hold still. So it's hard to get a decent photo of it. But it is just fascinating to watch it. Well, for my final mission, I trained over here. Where's this? Moscow. Yes, this is Red Square in Moscow. And the reason I trained in Russia was that I got selected to command the first docking ever done by a space shuttle, and it would be with the Russian space station Mir. My crew and I had to attempt to learn to speak Russian. Underline the word attempt, because I are an engineer, and engineers ain't taught good in English, let alone in Russian. And so trying to learn Russian was a real challenge for me. I'm good with math and physics and science, but languages, not quite so much. And so the Russian alphabet is all messed up. It's got 33 characters. They're Greek, Arabic, and Cyrillic. And characters in Russian alphabet aren't what they are in the American alphabet. So, for example, a capital H, as in Houston, that's not an H at all, that's an N. As in, never will I be able to learn Russian. But here's what I know best in Russian. Я говорю по-русски очень плохо и понимаю ничего. And so anytime I needed to talk to somebody in Russian, I would start off by saying that, which is, I speak Russian very badly and understand nothing. Because I didn't want them to be expecting too much out of me. But when I launched, I had 2 cosmonauts on board, Anatoly Solovyev and Nikolai Budarin, who could not speak English. And at the time, Russia was so poor, they could not afford English teachers and English textbooks, so my crew and I had to make the effort to learn Russian. So here we are on the way to the Russian space station, and we needed to be able to talk to them in case I needed to tell them something like, Извините, пожалуйста, у нас есть маленький пожар на борту прямо сейчас. Excuse me, please, we have a small fire on board right now. So we needed to be able to talk to them. So here's my target. Well, no, not a target. Here's my place I'm going to dock. When it was them in a Russian MiG, then that was a target. But I'm going to dock to the upper right module. This is the Crystal module. And I'm going to fly the approach to there. And so when we got within about 4 miles, the mission commander, that's me, takes over manual control, and he flies the rest of the rendezvous and the docking by hand. So it's hand flown through the docking. I said, he takes over. Did we have any female mission commanders? Yes, we did. In fact, Eileen Collins was here yesterday, our first female shuttle commander. She just had to leave this morning. So I'm flying Atlantis by hand in this picture, and what I had to do, I had to manually fly Atlantis up, and my docking ring, which is about a 4-foot diameter ring up here in the forward part of the cargo bay, I had to fly that up and align it with the docking ring on the space station, and I had to line up the centers within 3 inches. So we're both going 17,500 miles an hour, and I've got 3 inches to play with on this. Now, we had done nearly 100 dockings in the simulator, and the more you practice, the easier it gets, and so it went just fine. And when we got there, the protocol was the 2 mission commanders are to shake hands at the hatch. So I had just opened the hatch from the shuttle, and I'm shaking hands in this photo with Russian Air Force Colonel Vladimir Dezhurov, who had been a Russian MiG pilot, training to shoot me down, all those years that I was training to shoot him down, and now I have to pretend like I like these godless communists. Well, we did get to like them. When we trained together for months before we actually went to space, and you come to find out they're just like us. They like flying jet fighters, they like pulling Gs, they like going to space, they like going fast, they like everything about it. And so we did grow to like them. Well, we were docked with the Russian space station Mir for 5 days, and we had a lot of work to do. We had more than 400 items that we needed to transfer from the shuttle to the Mir or from the Mir to the shuttle. So we were really busy. NASA blocks us out for a 16-hour workday and an 8-hour sleep period. We were not getting 8 hours of sleep because we would say goodnight to Houston and goodnight to Moscow and put them to sleep on the ground, and then we'd continue working for another couple of hours just to get everything done. Well, it was time to undock, and this was a picture that I didn't point out the Soyuz capsule, but the 2 cosmonauts that I brought up to space with me took over the Russian space station, and I'm giving the 3 of them that have been there for 4 months a ride home. This is the only time we've ever done a Russian crew changeout with an American spacecraft. Anatoly and Nikolai climbed into the Soyuz and undocked. Soyuz was their spacecraft, moved out to the side 60 meters away, or about 200 feet, and took this photo of us getting ready to leave, and then this picture as we were leaving. So we separated away from the Mir, and we spent 2 more days in space getting ready to come back down and land at the end of a 10-day mission. And this is another same photo of a wind tunnel model of a space shuttle at Mach 25. And so I mentioned that this shock wave that shows up in the picture, this is the shock wave in the air. Temperature in that is 6,000 degrees. And what that looks like from inside is this. It looks like you're flying into a blowtorch. We heat the air up so hot that the molecules of nitrogen and the molecules of oxygen, which are N2 and O2, split up into N and N and O and O, and that forms an electrically charged cloud around us of plasma. I'm not sure if it's a positive charge or a negative charge, whichever one it is, but it looks like we're flying into a blowtorch. So it's pretty exciting coming down looking at that. And this was my first re-entry. This was a picture taken from Galveston Island, looking out over the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America? Gulf of Mexico, as we were coming back into land. And of course then, we're a glider. We're a 100-ton glider. So you get exactly 1.0 chances to land it. So we train very, very extensively. Once again, when we get down to about 50,000 feet on the way down, the commander, he or she, will take over manual control and fly the vehicle the rest of the way down to landing. There was never an automatic landing ever in the space shuttle. All 133 landings were flown manually by the commanders. And then if you've done everything right, you will have survived the mission, and you can pose for cool hero photos like this one. So this was my crew. There's only 4 of us because the 3 cosmonauts, we basically put them into wheelchairs when we get them back after 4 months up in space. Not basically, we do. We put them into wheelchairs. And one of my mission specialists, medical doctor Ellen Baker, was helping with the 3 cosmonauts. So that's why there's only 4 of us. So we launched with 7 and we came back with 8. So that hadn't happened before. Well, another adventure that I had was air racing. I had been fascinated by air racing and air racers and air race pilots all my life. And when I would be interviewed as an astronaut, I'd get asked, okay, you've been a jet fighter pilot, you've been a test pilot, you've been an astronaut. Is there something in the world of aviation you haven't done that you want to do? The answer was always yes. I would like to race the unlimited class at the Reno Air Races. So in 1998, I got asked by the owner of this airplane if I would race it for him in the Reno Air Races. He had bought it hoping to race it himself, but his wife looked into the Reno Air Races and she said, that is too dangerous. You're not going to do that. So he thought about it for a little while and he said, okay, how about if I find somebody totally expendable, somebody that we could never possibly get attached to, and we'll have him race it for us. So that's where I came in. So they asked me if I would race the airplane for them. I think I said, okay, how much do I need to pay you? I've been hoping to do this all my life because this is an airplane that now has 3,000 horsepower and would do 450 miles an hour around the race course. So here's how we would race. We would line up on a pace plane, kind of like the Indy 500, you have a pace car. We'd line up on a pace plane, and you can see it at the far right side of the picture. In order to be fast enough, it's a jet. It's a T-33 jet. And he points us at the race course, and about 2 miles before the first pylon, he makes the famous call, "Gentlemen, you look good. Gentlemen, you have a race." And he's not crazy. He's not going down there. He pitches up and leaves, and all the rest of us are heading for that first pylon. And fortunately, in the unlimited class, there's a wide range of speeds, so the airplanes do tend to space out. But you do wind up with some real beak-to-beak air racing. And in this picture, I'm breathing real heavily down this P-51 Mustang flown by a dear friend of mine named Jimmy. And we have just finished the one kind of not real long straightaway. So he and I are doing about 450 miles an hour in this picture. The rule for minimum altitude is my helmet must not be below the top of this pylon. I see that as a reasonable rule. The top of that pylon is 30 feet off the ground. So I only got called for low flying one time in all the years that I raced. So that was racing a Hawker Sea Fury. I raced Reno altogether 18 years. And it's not the most sane thing in the world to be doing, because 8 of those years we lost a pilot. And one of those years we lost 3 pilots. So I still can't believe my wife let me do that. But, you know, if you've got to replace a rocket for excitement, it's going to have to be something like this. This is what I flew the last year that I raced, which was 2015. It's a highly modified P-51 Mustang that normally had 1,900 horsepower. The engine is souped up to where it was putting out 3,000 horsepower. This is a Rolls-Royce Merlin V12. And I did the first lap in the championship race at 503 miles an hour. And again, this is that pylon, the top of which is 30 feet off the ground, so I'm, 50 feet? Going 500 miles an hour. So again, you know, if you got to replace a rocket ship, it's got to be something like this. So I won the Unlimited Championship, and this is the hero photo of me holding the permanent trophy. And after that year, the owner of the airplane, I called him 2 months later. He was really excited the day after we won, because I won him a lot of money. And I didn't take any of the prize money. I was doing it for the fun of it. And I called him 2 months after we won, and I said, "We're going racing again next year, right?" And he said, "Hooter, I'm too old and you're too old. I'm going to have a younger pilot from now on." Well, I hold the speed record for the race course, but I'm too old. But okay, it's his airplane. I guess he can do with it as he chooses. So that was my last year. But I guess I went out on top with the Unlimited Championship after 18 years of flying in the air races. So that was very exciting. Okay, I'm just going to finish up with where we stand right now with space. Let's hear it for SpaceX. All right, SpaceX. This is the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launching. And all those years that we've been supporting the International Space Station, after we retired the space shuttle, we didn't have a way to get our astronauts to the International Space Station. So the Russians, since they're our good, close buddies, were flying our astronauts up there for only $73 million a person. We were paying them $73 million for each one of our astronauts that they carried up there for us. And of course, they have the Crew Dragon vehicle, which autonomously flies the launcher up into orbit, separates, does the rendezvous on the space station, and autonomously does the docking with the International Space Station. So it really is wonderful. Once in a while, we carry one of the Russians, and I hope we're charging them $73 million for taking them to the International Space Station. But here's where we're headed in the future. The Space Launch System, the SLS, the Artemis program, the world's biggest successful rocket, was built from space shuttle components. It uses a bigger fuel tank, the big orange tank. It uses 5 segments of the solid rocket boosters on each side. So it has a lift capability of 8 million pounds. And we launched it in November of 2023, unmanned for the first time. And it went here. So the Orion crew module flew to the moon and circled the moon for about a week, and it actually went beyond the moon. It went quite a ways beyond the moon. This is the farthest from Earth any human-capable vehicle has ever gone, was, again, the Orion crew module in the Artemis program. The next launch, we'll have 4 astronauts on board, and they'll be going back to the moon. They're not going to set foot on the moon because we don't have the lander yet. But the next launch, Artemis 2, is the launch coming up. Artemis 3, the plan is that we will once again have astronauts walk on the moon. So that's probably the next year, probably 2026. So that's where our space program is headed. Now, you probably know that I have a book. I published a children's book, and I had a lot of help with it, and there were 2 women that helped me with it, Zarina Salido and Michelle Roche, who's an artist as well as a writer. The 3 of us got together to write a book about a young owl, a little owlet named Andrew, whose grandfather Hoot takes him flying. And so this is a picture of my grandson Andrew, and I take him flying in my airplane, which is a Beechcraft Bonanza, and he loves 0 Gs. He loves weightlessness. In fact, we'll be just lifting off, and I'm starting to retract the landing gear, and he'll say, "Can we do 0 Gs?" And I'll say, "Andrew, we're going to, but we need some altitude first. We got to get away from the ground." And he loves 0 Gs. Well, the 2 ladies involved were the ones that said, let's make that a children's book. And we named it First Flight, and it's a story about grandfather Hoot, who takes his grandson Andrew flying. And the publisher cornered me after we finished this book. The book took us all of last year to get the book written, get all the artwork together, and put it together. We just released the book the end of October, first part of November last year. And the publisher started harassing me. He said, "Okay, you've written a children's book. When are you going to write your book?" And I said, Tony, another astronaut wants to tell us his life story. That's what's slowing me down. He said, "You have a unique story with all the different facets of aviation that I've been involved in." And I had to admit, I said, "Okay, you're right, I probably do. And if I want to do it for any other reason than for my kids and my grandkids, that's enough reason to be doing it." So that's the book in the middle. We were talking on the phone one day, and he was saying, "What are we going to call this book?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. My journey from combat pilot in Vietnam to 5 space missions. Well, gee, 5 space missions, that makes me a space ace, doesn't it?" And he said, "That's it, space ace." Because an ace in jet fighters was a fighter pilot that had 5 shoot downs, 5 MiGs, for example. So anyway, the book's going to be Space Ace. Well, it turns out that in January, here's what it looks like. Here's one of the images. This is little Andrew riding on his grandfather Hoot's back, going flying. And I won't tell you the whole story of the book, but at the end of the book, Andrew was able to fly by himself. And I started to say in January, the book was given this award. Children's Press magazine gave us the 2025 Book of the Year award for it after it had only been out for about a month. And then just last week, we were notified that we've been given this award for it as well. And so it has just been, it's been a lot of fun. I wasn't doing the book because I wanted to sell them and make money. I did the book because I wanted to kind of memorialize my grandson Andrew. He and I have done a book signing down in Space Camp in Huntsville, Alabama, which is just a 2-hour drive from my house. and he was a star. He and I both wore our blue NASA flight suits for it, and he sat right at the table with me, and he was autographing the books as I was autographing them too. And he's been a little bit of a shy kid. He really came out of his shell because people were asking him, what's it like to be a star? And he was answering very matter-of-factly and say, well, yes, it's been a lot of fun. And he really came out of his shell. And that was a lot of fun for me to actually see him come out of his shell. So that's the story that I had to tell us. And they tell me that I probably have some time for questions if we would like to do questions. And I will attempt to answer questions. So, well, thank you very much. So does anyone have questions, comments, or ridicule for me at this point? So yeah, if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them. We find, the astronauts over the years, we have found that talking to young people about aviation and space is a big motivator for young people because it really shows them what we can do because of mathematics and physics and the sciences. And I can't tell you how many young people have said to me, you have really opened my eyes to the world of science and what we can do because of science and engineering. So it's always been a lot of fun to go out and talk about spaceships and talk about jet fighters and motivate young people. And hopefully we will get some of you out here. You know, you might not be astronauts, you might just be scientists, you might just be great engineers, you might be medical doctors, but we found that it really is valuable to talk to young people about setting a goal for themselves and make it something involving science. Because as you can see what I've been through, it makes for quite a great career. So are there any questions for me at this point? Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about any physiological effects that you experienced that might have surprised you after your return on so many missions?
Yes. Yes. The physiological aspects of going to space are really interesting. And what happens to us when we get to space and we get to weightlessness, you know, we are all accustomed to 1G, 1.0. That's all we've experienced all our lives. Now, you know, as a jet fighter pilot, I've flown 6 and 7 and 8 Gs in airplanes, but that's very short duration. When we go to orbit, all of a sudden we're at 0 Gs, and we're going to be there for many days. Well, the body is really amazing, and some of these melodies that we have are the body saying, okay, I'm in a whole new foreign environment now. I've only ever experienced 1G all my life. I've got to adapt to this new environment. And one of the things that happens to us right now, all of us are in a fluid balance within our bodies because of gravity. When we get weightless, fluid tends to migrate upward in our bodies. And you look at astronauts in the first 2 days or so in space, their faces are really puffy because the water fluid in our bodies has migrated upward and filled up your face. And the brain says, holy smokes, I have way too much water. I got to get rid of water. So you get rid of about 8 pounds of water. You also stretch, because no longer are our backbones being crushed together by gravity, and so the spaces in between our discs in our back fills up with fluid, and you stretch. So when you come back and land, you're 8 pounds lighter and 1.5 inches taller. So it looks really good on the height and weight charts, but it's not going to last. So that's one of the adaptations to gravity, to weightlessness, I'm sorry, that the body goes through. Now, when you come back and land, all of a sudden, any of these changes that you had, you're going to have to back them back out because now you're back in 1G again. Another thing that happens to you is right now, all of us are working pretty hard, pumping blood uphill against gravity from your heart to your brain. And when we get weightless, there's no pressure head anymore. So your blood pressure decreases, your heart rate decreases, and you start losing heart muscle. And you start losing all your muscles because you're not fighting against gravity. You're floating everywhere you go. So that goes on for 8 days, and now you come back down and land, and all of a sudden, your heart isn't as strong as it was. And they caution us, don't try to go running right away after you come back from 8 days in space, because you might get hurt. And the other thing, you've lost back muscles as well, because you're not using them. You're not using your leg muscles. You're not using your heart as much. We measured my heart before my first launch, and in the space of 8 days, my heart had shrunk 7% in the course of 8 days. Now it comes back, but it comes back kind of gradually once you're back here on Earth. And one of the other things that I noticed every time I went to space, I'd come back home, you'd stand up, and you feel like you weigh about 400 pounds. And you'd say, oh, golly, I don't like this gravity stuff. But you're going to have to adapt back into it. So the body's pretty good about adapting back. But again, you have to be pretty cautious. One of our astronauts was showing off the day he landed, and he wound up with a back injury because he had lost muscles. He had lost stomach muscles and back muscles, and that's what supports our upper body. So these are some of the changes that you have when you go to space. Another thing that we are seeing now, and I don't know all about it, but they're seeing problems with the optic nerve. The long-term astronauts who are going up for 6 months at a time, some of them experience swelling of the optic nerves in their eyes, and some of that doesn't go away when they come back and land. Sometimes it goes away, but other times it doesn't, and it actually damages their visual acuity. That's a problem that NASA is working on now, because if we're going to go to Mars, that's going to be an 8-month trip each way and 8 months back. And so we're going to have to figure out how can we combat this optic nerve problem, because it results in some of the astronauts in a decrease in their visual acuity. So NASA's a little bit concerned about it. So those are some of the things that we have been seeing. So let's see, what else? Any? I see a waving light back there. Okay, which part of it is it that you're asking about? Oh, okay. Well, I think it's doing some very good things for us, because as I understand it, it helps us with space navigation and Earth navigation as well. So I think it's very good. Well, yeah, we have done pretty well in the past at tracking where everything in orbit is, anything maybe the size of a baseball. And so I suspect we're going to be able to track these as well. And I think the benefit outweighs the issue of more objects in orbit around us. So I think it's a good thing. That's about as much as I know about it. Yes, sir. What else? Anybody else have? Yes.
Will you be sad when they deorbit the ISS? Eventually, at the end of its lifetime?
Well, I keep hearing different dates. I think they're saying by 2030 that they're thinking we could be done with the International Space Station and go ahead and deorbit it. Now, I've seen us in the past say, okay, we're going to retire something in such and such a date, and we start getting close to that date and say, well, you know what, we still need it, so let's extend it for another 5 years. So I think at some point we're going to have to bring it down. But like I say, right now I think the target, the latest target that I heard was 2030. But I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it get extended beyond that. It was a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of expense to put that whole big thing up there. And so we shouldn't throw it away too callously. That's about as much as I know about that too.
Yesterday, Commander Collins said that she had problems with a launch with fuel cells. Have you experienced any of that?
I've had problems during launch, but not with a fuel cell. And it doesn't happen too often. Now, one of her missions, I don't remember which one it was, she actually had an engine problem. And it was either the fuel injector or the oxidizer injector. Some of the posts got plugged up. Is that what, a hydrogen leak? Yeah. Fortunately, the fuel controller on the main engines is capable of adjusting for that. And so it didn't cause if I understand it right, it didn't cause them any performance loss. So they made it to orbit just fine. They used a little more hydrogen because it was flowing by in some ways. So, earlier I talked to some of the younger people, and they asked me, "Did you ever have any problems on any of your launches?" I said, "Yes, every day, every single day. We had something break or something go wrong." And of course, a vehicle that complicated and that has that many systems, it's incredible how many systems we had to have. We had to have heaters for all the fuel tanks. We had to have heaters for all the fuel lines because they would freeze in space if you didn't have them heated. All the fuel tanks, you just can't count on the fuel being in the bottom of the fuel tank. So they had screens in them that were to direct the fuel to the outlet port. So the complication that you buy into when you go to space means that you're putting a bunch of things in place that can fail, and a lot of them do fail. We would have anomalies every single day. The only launch that I had trouble on was my second launch. My first one as mission commander, and we had an issue with one of our main engines was using too much helium. And we needed helium to separate the hydrogen and the oxygen in the turbo pumps. And if we ran out of helium, the engine wouldn't continue to run. If we lost enough pressure in the helium tank and the helium system, it would automatically shut that engine down. And then we might not make it to orbit. We might be in a transatlantic landing situation where we would land in either Spain or Africa across the Atlantic Ocean if we lost an engine at the wrong place. So there were anomalies every single day when you went to space. That was the only launch problem I had. But on that same mission, we had a problem during the re-entry with one of our hydraulic power units. And if we lost that hydraulic power unit, we were using too much helium out of that system as well. And if we lost that hydraulic power unit, we wouldn't be able to lower our landing gear the normal way. Because the way we normally lower it, hydraulic system number 1 unlocks the uplocks on the landing gear, and the landing gear free falls down into position. But if we didn't have hydraulic system number 1, we still had a pyrotechnic backup. If I push the gear down push button, the arm button first, and then the down push button, 1 second later, if any one of the gear hasn't left the uplock, it fires explosive charges that cut all the uplocks. So we would have had a backup, but we didn't want to have to use that. So we had to meter the amount of cooling water that we were letting this one hydraulic power unit use because it was using too much water. And so we'd shut off the water spray boiler for a while, let it heat back up again, turn it back on. We had to do that all the way down to landing. So we had anomalies all the time. And we trained very, very extensively in the simulator. One of the astronauts, Dr. Tamara Jernigan, described training for a space shuttle flight as death by training. Because in your final couple of weeks, we were spending 60 and 70 hours a week in scheduled training sessions. And it was a real relief when we got to 3 days before launch, because then we would leave Houston and our crew trainers and fly down to Cape Canaveral to get ready to go 3 days later. And so our crew trainers couldn't get us once we got within 3 days. But yeah, it was a long haul. You trained for an entire year for every mission, and this was on top of about 4 or 5 years of basic training leading up to that. Then you would get assigned to a mission, and then you would train for a solid 12 months just for that one mission. So every time I got reassigned to a mission, you know, they didn't just say, okay, well, you've done this before, you don't need any more training. No, you still got to go through the same 12 months of death by training. So it was pretty hectic, but the training was just excellent. And the astronauts always performed very, very well on the missions because they were so well trained. So what was it Tom Watson said? The more I practice, the luckier I get. So yeah, we did a lot of time training. So we have about 1 minute remaining, I see from my countdown clock. Yes?
What's your favorite part about being in space?
Oh golly, say that again, a little louder.
What was your favorite part about being in space?
What was my favorite part about being in space? Yes. Well, the way I usually got the question was, okay, what's the best part? Is it that exciting launch and blasting off and going to space and accelerating to 17,500 miles an hour? Is it being up there on orbit, being weightless, and having that view of the Earth? Or is it the deorbit and the re-entry and the landing on a runway? And you'd say, oh golly, I can't pick a favorite part. They were all spectacular and they were all totally memorable. And it spoils you for roller coasters because that ride to space and that ride back from space tops any roller coaster on Earth that I've ever been on. So I don't know, I guess maybe you'd say, okay, I got to spend the most time. The re-entry and landing was just an hour long. The launch was only 8.5 minutes long, but you got to spend 6, 8, 10 days weightless and enjoying the view of the Earth. So probably would say it's the view of the Earth and the Earth's atmosphere that we got to enjoy. All right, well, they're telling me I'm out of time. Thank you so very much for all your attention. Thanks for inviting me here.
Thank you, Hoot. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hoot. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Book signing.
Book signing, okay.
Okay. Okay.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky. Through science, we now understand that this connection goes beyond spirituality. So when I gaze up at the night sky, I feel the dichotomy of being both small and immense. Small amidst the vastness of the universe, yet significant. because my atoms originated from these very stars. Start your celestial adventure with the Sea-Star S50. It's never been easier.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. At 7,200 feet above sea level, you're on top of the world. Nestled among the tall, cool pines of the Sacramento Mountains, we're located in south central New Mexico. Founded in 2004, this premier mountaintop astronomy community offers you the opportunity to make your dreams come true with both mountaintop and mountainside lots. Just imagine living here under some of the darkest and best skies North America has to offer. You'll love the changing seasons, accompanied by our vivid fall colors. Be it one of our mountainside lots or mountaintop lots, your toughest decision will be in choosing the one you'll call home. Fiber optic internet is now available to each and every home and observatory. Our exceptionally clear skies will provide you with the best images. And yes, you can see your shadow from the summer Milky Way. From our state bird, the roadrunner, and his friend the coyote, to our spectacular fall colors, our world-renowned balloon festival, you'll find our gorgeous sunrises, and our spectacular sunsets. New Mexico has something to offer for everyone. Still not a believer? Then feast your eyes on these images that were taken from our mountain. Thanks to our mountaintop location, we have a microclimate. We expect over 300 sunny days and clear nights per year, while less than 20 minutes down the road at Cloudcroft, the conditions are less than ideal. This image was taken from Tom and Marla's home. Take a look at this mountainside lot, owned by Eric and Josephine. As you can see, the layout and design of your new home is limited only by your imagination.
Seeing is really believing, and so my hope is that after someone has heard what we have to say about the astronomy enclave, don't take our word for it. Come and see it. Come and really take a look at what this enclave has. Look at our community and understand what our community has to offer, and really look at the skies, because ultimately, if you're doing astrophotography, the skies are the most important.
New Mexico Skies Astronomy Enclave. We're not for everyone, only for those who are looking for the best.
Look up. The sky is just the beginning.
you can start photographing the night sky in equatorial mode. The dwarf will calibrate itself and the app will indicate how accurate your polar alignment is. The more accurate your polar alignment, the longer your exposures can be without star trails. After your polar aligned and calibrated, the incredible Sky Atlas included within the Dwarf 3 apps is all-inclusive and includes several hundreds and thousands of deep sky objects to choose from, and the Dwarf 3 will automatically slew to your object. From here you can choose exposure times and even the internal filter to photograph with. First, properly install your solar filter and make sure the scope is pointing away from the sun before you do this. Use the manual controls in the app to center the sun using the wide field lens first, and then you can fine tune using the telephoto lens. Once centered, select the sun tracking mode under the function panel and select already done, as we've already installed the solar filter and leveled the tripod. The dwarf will automatically center the sun a bit more and start tracking, so now you can autofocus and start taking some incredible photos of the solar surface.
I want to talk to you for a minute about this new telescope I have. This is the Dwarf 3 from Dwarf Labs. I've had it for 30 days and I'm already overwhelmed with the power of this thing, its potential. I'm having a tremendous amount of fun with it. This is a combination camera telescope that work together. You connect it to your phone or to your tablet. You determine what object you want to point it at. Telescope does all that work for you, and it starts taking photographs of those objects, and it collects light over a long period of time to develop spectacular images of these deep space objects. The same objects that we had so much trouble seeing with these scopes are just breathtaking with the images that the Dwarf 3 can capture for you. At the end of the night, end of your session, you take your telescope in, connect it to your desktop or to your laptop, and you download those images, and they're breathtaking, just spectacular images. I've only had it, as I said, for a month, and I'm unbelievably rewarded with the first images that came up. That first night, the Andromeda Galaxy was just breathtaking. I'm having a lot of fun. I encourage you to think about it. It's a great tool, a tremendous amount of fun, easy to use, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. Give it a try. Thanks.
Il me semble que ce matin le soleil est un peu moins brillant.
We humans have always been fascinated with the night sky. It's a giant illuminated canvas. Yet it's hidden away, in plain sight, locked away from modern city lights. One must put in some effort to see that sacred canvas revealing itself. From a world shrouded in ice to the new dawn of civilization, the ancients crafted architectural wonders that echoed celestial alignment. Yet there's a deeper, more personal connection. When I go out into the wild, away from city lights, I feel that I'm a part of this. I learned that the atoms in our bodies originated within the cores of stars eons ago. Stars that collapsed and then exploded, dispersing their enriching elements across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, and us. It's a profound revelation about the cosmic link between life and the universe. That we are all, essentially, stardust. The ancients showed great respect and yearning for the sky.